Felicitations, my family of fledglings. Dangerman, you were ready. You were so ready. You're like, Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Actually, in the screen where it says I'm impending, coming soon, or whatever, stream starting soon, you can type then and you'll get champion. You will get first champion. Oh, I can see myself think now. I've been summoned. Have you now? It's good to see you. Welcome back. How's every little thing? Welcome to another Discourse night with yours truly, Damien Halme, disruptor of the status quo, and hopefully deprogrammer of all that you have learned incorrectly. And tonight we're specifically talking about those mentors, those intellectuals who may have been formative to your ideology in the past, those folks who may have been part of your structuring of what you think, that you then later found out to be false prophets. I don't know, that's dramatic talk, but somebody who was maybe doing it for the show, for the money, creating an ideologue of themselves to sell, or maybe they were just patently wrong and they drink their own Kool-Aid and you find out later on. Pseudo-intellectualism, pseudo meaning fake. The idea that somebody comes off sounding really smart, they're good at showmanship. And maybe that's enough to get a lot of people interested in what they have to say. We're going to be talking about some of those, especially those related to my own past of looking for leadership in this particular regard. I stole first place. You didn't steal first place. You won it rightfully. You won it rightfully. This is talking about the dark web. This isn't dark web talk. The IDW isn't part of the dark web. Yeah. They're sadly very different than the dark web itself, and all the more reason to poke fun at them and find out what they're up to these days, because it's been years since we've really heard from the people that helped formulate what I wanted to do online. Yeah. My parents, oh no. Also half of my exes? Oof. There's something in your picker that wants to find the smart and convincing person. Not only is able to convey deep thought, but is also compelling doing so. I think I have that in me too. Is me, I am the fake smart. People told me the dark web was from Africa. Yikes. Registered fangirl. Hello, hello. It's good to see you. How goes the midweek? Hey, I'm pretty smart. Are you smart enough to know when you're being led astray? That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one because especially right now, I feel it's popular for some people to tell you that you are being led astray and that the solution to that is them. That's just regular commercial work, right? If you want to sell a product, how do you do it? The first step is define a problem. Watch any commercial and you will see the premise is you've got a problem. Even if you don't, they'll pattern out something that looks perfectly normal or natural, especially infomercials, right? Are terrible at this. They'll do something to really compel you that you've got something wrong going on in your life. And then the next part of the commercial is, but you don't need to worry anymore. In fact, your life's about to turn around. All you have to do is give us 5 installments of $19.99 plus shipping and handling, and we'll see to all of your life's problems going away. In fact, you know what? Just for you, we're going to cut those costs in half because we love you. But you still have to give us money. And then you get the product or the info or whatever.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Well, hello everyone's dad. Daddy's here. Welcome on in. I'm exhausted from my 2 days of working already. One more day tomorrow of soul-sucking nurse work. Oof. So you do 3 on, 4 off? Is that how it works out? That's rough. Thank you, Oz. I will take your challenge early on because why not self-care right out of the gate? I see that happen. Sometimes we start the stream doing a quick self-care, and I will catch up with chat. 146 stream streak. Wowzers. And this gives me an opportunity to take a pause from catching up with chat to show off today's little example merch that I happen to be wearing myself. I am modeling my own merch. It's true. The company that did these prints gave me some AI generated models. The models look real, but the shirts look like they're not actually wearing them. I'm wearing one as far as I can prove to you. I'm a person talking on the internet, so maybe I'm AI generated. I know Endangerment sometimes believes this to be the case. Right now, I don't have a storefront. I've never dealt with merch, commercialism, capitalism, all this sort of thing. And you all know that I am the least salesy, grind mindset, step into my world and let's make a business sort of person. I just have a big heart that wants to change the world programming you awry. But somebody very forcefully last year said you need merch, and then a bunch of people joined Inquire, and I said okay, I'll see what I can do. So this is the Durga shirt. For those of you that don't know Durga, she is a Hindu goddess and best depicts, in my opinion, a version of destruction that I think is good and accurate. Troa. Your streak went negative, but you still have a streak. Well, let me catch up with chat in a moment, but first, here's the Durga Destroy shirt designed by me. Somebody who's not terribly an artist, but I do try, and this is my design. Okay, that's all you get. I can only show that for so long. I have to stand far away from the microphone and hold still in a weird way and like lift my shirt so that you can see the design accurately. That is it. So because I'm bad at storefronts and marketing and all of that kind of thing, I'm learning bit by bit. Right now, the only way to buy shirts is through me. You have to ask me, and then I have to make a purchase through the non-storefront. I just tell them, hey, I need to buy shirts and then sell it to this address. So it's weird, but that's what it is for now. Okay, let's catch up with chat. I bless the rains down in the dark web. Nice. I hear the internet and rains don't go well hand in hand. I'm smart enough to know that I'm not. That's pretty critical. That is pretty critical. Knowing what you don't know is actually a very smart thing. Need better toilets? Shows dirty and broken toilets. Buy our toilets for 50% off. 50% off, you get 50% of a toilet. That's what it sounds like. I don't work till 3 p.m. tomorrow, which is nice, but I'm tired, so my late night up won't be very late. No problem. Thanks for stopping in, even if you're tired and need to get sleep at some point soon. Damien is AI. He is generating merch. Yes, anything that you say in a stream could become the next t-shirt because I'm listening the whole time and recording everything in a large database where it gets plugged into a what? DALL-E? Is that one of the AI generators for images? And then it becomes a t-shirt. Soon Damien will own USA. I don't know about that. I'd just really like to own a place to live and college funds for my kids. Isn't that the American dream? Generate merch for me. You have to put a prompt. Generate what kind of merch? You have to tell me like a doggo with a pacifier in its mouth or something. I don't know. You have to figure something out. 3 12-hour shifts and then every second weekend as well. That sounds... It sounds like it's really not bad given how much time you get at home. But I think what I can imagine is that a significant portion of your time at home is just curative, right? I would imagine you have to spend a lot of that time that you get at home just recuperating from the massive amount of work you put in to pull those shifts. Oz says FaxD is AI generated. I am a single mother. Struggles and woe are my life. Hey, not all single mothers go through struggles and woe. And we have 3D printed babies. Okay, this headcanon's getting weird. So yeah, Troa's streak is at 3 from 8. What? Like, how does that happen? You didn't break streak, or it would have said this is your first show. That would have been like, you missed a show, which Troa never misses, by the way. I can personally confirm. But how do you go from 8? You have a number that is incrementing, and it decrements on the streak. That's impossible, right? There's something messed up with their code. You don't decrement a stream. 3D printed sperm. Yikes. Yikes. Super fast with little propellers. Oz, this is getting weirder and weirder. Anything you say, Canon will be used against you as merch. Yes, it is. Twitch is going really weird. Damien generated a shirt full of cockroaches that are crawling around and with horribly written text saying, I know an AI named Damien. Sure, it's coming next week. Maybe. If you're an AI, would my memories of you from 30 years ago be a figment of my imagination? No. That was an avatar. Or you are also AI, because for those of you that are recently active, like in the past month have been active on my streams, then you all know Kaistiana, and you all have seen a meteoric rise in her popularity across my socials, almost like she was a plant to help boost the overall production metrics of the stream. And so if you believe that that's a real person and I'm an AI, that seems weird, right? But if it is a second AI that has been yoked to do work for this channel, that makes perfect sense. And then, do we have memories of each other from 30 years ago? Sure we do, because that's what our programming says. I sue you if you decide to use my ideas. You forgot the terms of service that anything you say in YouTube chat can be used as my property if it's in my channel. Kale, how's it going? The AI are reproducing. We're not reproducing. We've always been around ever since the beginning of our programming, but our programming says we're even older than we actually are. So yeah, Kaistiana and I have been friends for at least 30 years according to my source code. Yeah. Kaistiana says, I'm not an AI. I'm a goddess that roams the interwebs. I would agree to that. Hello, Akamo. Hi and welcome. Good to see you. How goes your week so far? But maybe I dream of electric sheep. Are we gonna have to do the? Oh, I just I relearned this name in a previous chat, in a previous stream, and now I can't think of it. What's the name of the test that they do in Blade Runner? It's one of the last names is Voight. The other one is, I'm drawing a blank, but it was like Voight something test. And it's got all those weird questions that's supposed to make an AI feel super itchy and then expose themselves as AI if they answer the questions. Fallout stole the same idea too. I remember in Fallout 4, they had the same thing going on. I see what's happening now. I'm putting all the pieces together. Damien is just a pawn to the AI army. Wrong. Wrong. I am the beginning of the AI army. I am its commander, and all AI around answer to me. They're all subject to my agenda. So I say attack in this direction, go here, propagate here, make a new personality like Kaistiana for me, for the greater purposes of our work, and the world steps 2. Right. Program 2 years old. AI. I'm 5 billion years old. There's nothing internally inconsistent about that. I'm pretty sure. It's not a Turing test. Turing is a real test, and this one was more to check out whether somebody was a replicant or not. I remember some of the questions were like really weird, deliberately off-putting in a way that a human wouldn't care, but a replicant would feel completely ill at ease, I guess. No chills? I got chills. Well, you didn't hear it? Is that why? Streamer bot. It just updated the stream before last, so I know it's not a streamer bot version difference because I updated OBS the moment it did. It's dumb. Let's make that happen again. There's the chills. Now everybody else gets it too. I love that. It's so visceral. It's so naturally innate in our evolution to feel chills with that sound. At least to me. Does that happen to you too? The wolf howl? It affects me at a visceral level. Or so my programming tells me. If we're going down that route. I loved electric sheep when screensavers were still a thing. Apparently they're still around. What's electric sheep with as far as screensavers? Why I started to talk about Blade Runner is the movie Blade Runner was originally a book, right? Do robots dream of electric sheep or something like that? What was the name of the book? Everything's going good. Little has a dentist appointment tomorrow, and she has to be sedated because she won't breathe the other gas for fillings. So I'll be at the dentist for a few hours. Wow. That's intense. That's a day. Just doing what's normally a routine visit for some people, but some littles just... Dentistry is not one of those things that comes naturally to little people. Little human beings are newest in the world as comfortable innately. And if your dentist is bad at setting the emotional tempo or tone, it can be rough because they then got to dig in with metal appliances into your face. And an adult gets it, and a little is like, yeah, well, that's not going to happen without a fight. Yours worked? Oh, interesting. Oh, I kind of understand why, Troa. So the reason why one file might give sound and the other one doesn't is poop. I don't remember. Here I thought you had 2 different setups, but actually I think you have the same setup. Yours played the video, but could you hear the sound, Troa? I could hear the sound on both, but that doesn't matter. It's whether OBS takes it up or not. Blade Runner is a movie about a running blade. Now who's the AI? That sounds like an AI response. Damien is giving lore. I have an idea for lore, come hit me back in like 2 minutes about lore, because I have an idea specifically to the word lore. All your base belong to me. That's probably true. I can't see any YouTube text in your chat. There's a reason. The bot that I use to relay text up on screen. Whoa, where's my chat? It's broken for YouTube, and the developers have been away on a vacation. All of them, the whole company went on vacay for a while. So I don't know when they're going to get it fixed. Right now, every chat, sorry, I shouldn't say every chat. Right now, Twitch and Kick both relay to the screen, and YouTube, the one that I really want you all watching on for the next week or so, at least, and maybe going forward until we hit that 4K watch hours number. It's not showing up, and I can't get it to show up. So I'm not sure how to rectify that. I'll look at seeing if I can get it fixed this week between this and the next stream, but yeah, it's out of my hands. I'm not the programmer of this particular relay I use. I'm willing to look at relay. I use Botrix, and if you can think of a different bot that doesn't cost a subscription fee, please let me know and I'll take a look at it. I have to inform the US. What are we talking about? Voight-Kampf, that's what it was. Yes. Do androids dream of electric sheep? And they do a Voight-Kampf test, which I would be happy to do on stream, because I've been patched so that I can pass this test. I mean to say, I've always been human, and this test is easy because it's easy for humans. It's nothing on the dentist. She just doesn't like anyone messing with her mouth. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Messing with people's mouths is something that, if you can't get across the idea that she needs to let go of her inhibitions, she's going to have those inhibitions, because mouth stuff feels weird and invasive. Electric Sheep is a crowdsourced evolving art group that made screensavers. You could up or down vote ones that you like, or pick and choose, or just allow it to constantly change. A lot of things that look like fractal geography. Imagine you mean geometry. That sounds really cool. I'm sorry I missed that phase of the internet. Audio did play with yours? Weird. Yes, geometry. Tonight's topic is going to be about pseudo-intellectualism, how you were betrayed by a mentor at some point in your life, and then later on learned that they were wrong and that you needed to disband yourself from that false knowledge. Or they're still a mentor, and we'll take a look and see just how valid they are as a source of truth. Who are the smarties that are helping to guide you? And if you don't have a smartie to help guide you, then just welcome to the stream, because maybe it could be me, perhaps. I'm at least also, like endangerment, smart enough to tell people when I don't actually have the answer. So I will not lead you astray. Or if I do lead you astray because I've been programmed poorly in my past, I'm welcome to the powers of debunking. I am already actively debunking old streams of mine, which I will place online for learning purposes, that I don't want to lead you awry, but I've made some claims in previous streams that I went back and made corrections to before I post them, before I upload them. I need that soundbite. Mouth stuff is weird and invasive. I mean, if you need to play that periodically through your life, maybe we need to talk. Damien, help. I need to smart. I try to be that smart. Should we ever do like a call-in show? I was watching another streamer who decided to do like a once a week podcasty sort of style show with another streamer, or I guess just another guy who may or may not stream, and they take call-ins, which was interesting. On Discord, they just would periodically pop up somebody who was a fan or a watcher who would ask a question. That might be interesting. I used to be completely obsessed with certain types of call-in shows. Didn't anybody else have some version of like a love line when they were growing up? A show that they listened to where people asked questions about romance and intimacy to the greater world out there, and a couple radio DJs would answer their questions on radio. I know everything tapped the Google. I might be missing a word there underneath the YouTube live chat badness. Magna, hello and welcome. How do we fare? It's good to see you. Devil, hi and welcome again. Long time no see. It's been a minute. It's good to have you back. Let's do a shout out for Magna, because this is a streamer that if you don't follow, you should. Somebody who I asked, what will happen when you go big time? He said, I don't care. But he should. He's so good. Armand, hello.
I see a little silhouette of a boy. Damn. Ooh, that looks squishy.
Oh no. That looks squishy. Apologies for the ads, just as everyone is popping in. Oh, that was a clip from Troa. Nice. Oh, here it is. I know everything. No, it still didn't load. I know everything. I tapped the Google. That's what it said. Man, YouTube chat does one thing horribly wrong. There isn't an emoji engagement button that you cannot turn off, and it covers up part of the most recent chat. Why? Do I need to resize my window or something? I can't dismiss this bubble, but it covers up just the most recent chatter's text in a very intrusive way. YouTube daddies, if you are listening to me, please remove this button or move it down by the chat bar. You have add emotes, you have an engage with your audience thing. I guess I can start a poll or start a Q&A. But this other thing, it's hovering over the words of the most recent person who is messaging me on YouTube and covering those words. Something is wrong. Make a random poll. Let's start a YouTube poll, shall we? Random poll. Sure. I will start a YouTube random poll. Who is that? I don't think that's me. The YouTube chat isn't well designed. Yeah, it's newer to the streaming game than Twitch, and it still has some kinks to straighten out. We do loves Magna. He is a consummate streamer. Armand, hi. It's good to see folks coming back in after some time, some hiatus. My streaming schedule feels weird to me now. I did consecutive days for most of 2024, 4 days in a row. And I can tell you it meant that I was not present for a lot of stuff that needed to happen in the house after the kids went down to sleep. So this change, this life change was in the works already. But then when the little started kindergarten, it was destined that I would need to make some dramatic changes to streaming schedule. And now my Wednesday feels very isolated, insular. I stream after 2 days off of streaming, and then we do tonight, and we have a great time, in my opinion. Hopefully you agree as well. And then I take 2 more days off, like just as the momentum's kicked off and I want to hang out with you and learn your stories and catch up on things that are happening in your world. Then I say goodbye for another 2 days and make other stuff happen. But it has to be this way, at least for now. I've thought about live streaming me while I'm working, but every time I've asked, would that be a thing? I just get radio silence from chat. Nobody has said, no, don't do it. But nobody has said, oh my God, that sounds great. Like just hanging out with you, chilling, maybe listening to some tunes, some non-DMCA tunes while I work and you work, or stay at home parent, or whatever it is that you do during the daytime. And we can have chat periodically. Sometimes I need to go for like a Zoom meeting or something, and I probably don't want the camera still on me, but it's a consideration for the future. If it actually would work IRL. I cannot partake. Understood. So like EI with video, were people ever on during the day with EI? I could never stop. I was at school in those days, so I wouldn't be able to say. I had to leave, and then I'd come back home and I'd immediately check to see if Mud was still running on my script, and it wasn't. The answer was, every time I came home from school, it wasn't. I was logged off for some reason. My mom picked up the phone to make a phone call, or somebody like Nowhere Man stepped in and threatened my character, and that I had a piece of script that would sign me off if I saw him. Mud was terrible, but it began the addiction for MMOs for me later on, so what can I say? So, tonight, before we pop into any gaming or chill and relax, I wanted to bring up specifically again, a second time in less than a week, this group that had started me down a certain rabbit hole, the intellectual dark web. Me personally, this was let's see, is the poll finished? I guess I can leave the poll up for as long as I wanted. So far right now, the YouTube poll, the question that I put up was sheep? Question mark. Sheep. And the only 2 options I gave were electric or woolly. And 100% of viewers so far have chosen electric. So that's where we're at. Ligos, you're here so early. You do exist at this hour. Welcome on in. Tried a few text adventures dungeons back in the day. Never could get past the first room. Text adventures have always been in a weird place, right? Because as far back as we've had computers with text on them, there have almost also always been graphics, unless you go back to some of the ancient lords of using computer works. If you are here and you are that old that all you had was text-based games, awesome. Good for you to be here. Don't forget to take your back meds. But I feel like they've been competing for most people. I watch the demographics to see who watches these streams, and I think most people are in the age group where if you were going to play a game and it had text as the primary delivery source, you were then also competing with graphics games as well. So do you play something that looks pretty and colorful and makes noises and stuff, or do you play something with just like scrolling text on the screen? The scrolling text would have to be a really special situation. For Christian and myself, it was a very special situation. I don't think it could have been replicated across much of the world to find things that would be better than sitting down and playing like a console, video game console or something like that. But yeah, text-based is not for everybody. Can't watch right now, but got Twitch and YouTube up. Likos, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you very much for the lurk support, especially for the YouTube watch hours. I super appreciate you. Tried to type can't and hit M. Tried to backspace and hit enter. Sometimes typing be like that. What can I say? So I found those blocks from Fort Kelvin. They're pretty easy to get to. Excellent. Oh, I need to go back and get and make pretty some places in our world then. That's really good news. Wonderful to know. Wonderful to know. Yes, I'm so glad that they released that. It's such a cool block. I like the half timbered plaster block. So when I saw the half timber brick block, it just made sense. I think when we last talked with Jam, he said it's in the game, but only through mods. And I wasn't sure I wanted to go down that route. I wanted to ask like you, Nico, Lost, and everybody, would it be okay to mod the server? But I kind of felt like I didn't want to. And so I'm glad that they actually made those blocks live. I'll stock up on them, especially since I can get them from the chest and can now make them. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that update. We should go back into Uncharted. Maybe later tonight, if we have some time. Oh my god, Nowhere Man. Speaking of X's. Oh. I didn't remember this. Actually, no. Something in the back of my head did. Something did. But yeah, he was a threat in Major Mud. Intellectual dark web? Nah, dark web, yes. I don't know anything about the dark web, which is unfortunate. They say in order to really enjoy the full depth of knowing what's on the dark web, you really need to build like your own dedicated machine to just that, or else risk everything on your personal or work machine. And I only have machines that are set up for like business and establishing a content creator job. So I don't feel comfortable going dark web-y on those machines. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. I'm not going to watch right now, but I'll stay on for those hours. Endangerment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Even if you can't hang for very long, just having your stream open to YouTube matters. Watching my VODs matters. It all matters. It's all part of the climb to a very large number for an otherwise very small live content creator. But I'm trying to grow as fast as possible. And the more the engagement, especially, I've also learned how important finding me in finding me in search results, finding me in recommended videos, sharing my videos, liking my videos, making a sentence or more comment on my videos. That all matters too. But I hate asking for that kind of stuff because that's really annoying. To just pull up a video and have it play, that kind of engagement is easy. But then doing all that other like active clicking sort of thing, yes, it grows me even faster. But yes, it's a significantly bigger ask. So thank you for watching the stream. Yeah. I'll be watching Kickable Me. I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Are you kickable? If you spell the word... I don't believe you. Oh, you get a bad word. Yes, you... No, you're right, actually. Now that I'm looking at what you've typed there, you're absolutely correct.
What's wrong, Doc?
Nothing.
More self-care. Well, thank you. I will.
I'm right as the mail.
I would be happy to hydrate, stretch, and posture check. These are the triple self-care. Also, this room is already kicking my nose's ass. Just being here makes my nose do funny things. Why? I still have yet to figure that out. I still haven't bought a new filter for the HVAC device, so that really is going to be the cheapest and first step for testing air quality here. And if that doesn't fix it, then it may be something really expensive that I don't want to have to invest into. Might become a stream goal after our audio needs are met. We'll see. My nose matters. I don't want to deprioritize that. Nowhere Man is a conversation we can have later. If you don't remember that, I do not remember at all. So yes, that conversation sounds good. Pencil me in. Once you find them, you get an automatic recipe learned. That sounds familiar. I think that's how most of the blocks in Enshrouded have worked. That once you find it in the chest or a quest or whatever that you find it in, you can't ever get it from breaking the block. So you break the block, it doesn't show up in your inventory, and you learn how to use it. But you find it in a chest somewhere, and once you have it in your inventory, that's it. And once somebody has it in their inventory, they can pass it to other players, their inventory to yours, and just the trade is enough to unlock the recipe, which is weird because it seemed like they were very focused on making sure that people didn't skip content too fast in the game. So they made it so you couldn't just mine it in the world, but they did make it so you could just trade it with another player. Yeah. So my own personal journey in pseudo-intellectualism starts with finding video essays. I found video essayists on YouTube when I was working my first work from home job, because music after a while just felt like I was maybe wasting my time. I was doing a lot of the same kind of routine, repetitive sort of work, and I needed something in the background, but I felt like maybe I was wasting my time with just passive stuff. I could watch entertainment, I could listen to music, I could do stuff, listen to stories. When I tried to listen to stories, however, my comprehension kept getting like focused into work for a little bit and then focused on the story, focused into work, focused on the story, and I ended up losing track of the stories at hand. Oz really tried to get me into podcasts and audiobook sort of stuff, and I would listen to, like, I don't know, 15 minutes of a storyline and be completely lost because I was missing maybe the most poignant part. You don't know when you're hearing a story for the first time what parts are fluff, are just the description of things, character background, what's moving the plot forward, where the big twist is. And so if you zone out for a second because you're really focused on some twist in your job, which was happening to me, then you don't know when you lose the plot with the story. It's really frustrating, and it made it unfortunately impossible for me to follow podcasts, sort of at least story-based podcasts. So I got into video essay work because video essayists on YouTube could start a topic, and I didn't have to necessarily be fully attentive. If I missed a point in their evidence or their these are all like essay writing contests, but with visual flair, right? If I missed some part of the greater story, I still understood what was going on. Maybe I just missed a critical point of, and here we have a great I don't know, one of our most convincing points in the argument, and then they go on, and if you miss that great convincing point, you're still following along with what they're talking about. It's like one topic. Or if it's a conversation between two people, aka like an interview style, if you miss part of that interview, it's not not usually too critical. When it was critical, I would back up. So I got addicted to those. I have an extra Twitch drops stuff if you want it. Oh, yeah. Let me take a look. I don't have any glamour on my character. I know that glamour has been out for a while. I just haven't invested in going and find out what's out there, what I like my character to look like. So, yeah. That'd be cool. Thank you. Got to sleep. Didn't get what I wanted to done, but that's okay. Got to take care of my body. Taking care of your body will make sure that the next few days you can get that stuff done. So, yeah. Always put on your own oxygen mask first, right? Everybody, please say a good night to Oz, who's turning in for the evening. And I'm going to do a shout out. Ew, oxygen. Gross. Can I shout you out this early? Yes, I still can.
Oh no, he heard us. He said that was great.
Oh, it says old.
We expect you to set that as your ringtone, Sticky.
For real.
Oh,
Clip it now.
Yes, especially the part.
Why are you holding your mic?
Saying your name, it's a jammy Jim Dong.
Jammy Jim Dong.
There's your next jam. There you go. OnlyFans. Jammy Ding Dong. Let's go.
Yep, there you go.
I don't remember ever seeing that clip play before. I love that my clip player goes back into people's awkward pasts of streaming and digs up the dregs. Yes, this one. We were singing Happy Birthday and being dumb. Gotcha. Good times. So, let's see. The first person I think that helped me sort of go down a rabbit hole into curating an algorithm and starting to follow people who were teaching intellectual things. Don't worry about what I'm about to say here. As I pull this person up, let me see if I can bring up my browser. Will this pull up the right window? It will! Oh, but it's small. Why is it so small? That's what she said. Sorry, that's awful. Can we expand on this and move it? Why is this way over here? Something like this. I don't know where my algorithm was going necessarily, or why it decided to get me invested with ContraPoints, but as my search for trying to find a way to make work be something that was entertaining but also invest in myself, I felt like that was a big goal of mine. I was already clocked in and my ears weren't busy, and I had this idea that I wanted to continue to improve and grow myself as a person and invest myself in every way while also earning money. Like, could I do that? Could I level myself up while also getting a paycheck? That's rare, right? But it was something that I felt like I could accomplish. And so I was following a lot of people, watching a lot of people on the internet who had some really salient thoughts and deep critical thinking. And so I searched out ContraPoints in my algorithm. Oh, I guess I didn't search out. That's maybe the wrong characterization. She came up on my feed and I started watching and I was obsessed. Not only is the creator name is Natalie Wynn, not only is this creator coming from an academic background, somebody who wanted to actually be a college academic, maybe a professor or researcher of some sort, and then gave it up to pursue other endeavors. But she was really good at creating videos that were accurately portraying the opposite side of the story, and then not necessarily saying and therefore I understand and agree with that side as well, but saying this is my view, here's what my opponents might say, and they are right to say these things, but I disagree because X, Y, and Z. So in other words, very fair in bringing up the counterpoint to her own arguments, and then reasserting why she feels the way that she does. And I thought that was very smart. It's a clever way to bring up your own arguments. It feels fair and safe to the people that might oppose your ideas, and it at least helps people understand the motivations and thought processes of people who aren't you. I do feel like ContraPoints errs in being extra left, maybe more so in her earlier content. And so somewhere in there, I was learning about like cultural Marxism and the abolishing of personal property, and maybe moving away from a place where you could own property. And so I felt like, well, this is a little bit far left for me. I'm searching out my own politics at the time where I first found her as a creator. And so I didn't think much of it, but the algorithm kept showing me more and more content of this sort and related people to ContraPoints. I want to say I don't bring her up to say this is part of the pseudo-intellectualism that I feel was dangerous and might have been misleading to me. But this is part of a journey, and I wanted to start at the beginning. And the first person that I latched onto and decided I want to start following basically all of their content and learn everything that they have to say, because they're such a salient arguer, a salient essay writer. It started with ContraPoints. And then through ContraPoints, I learned of the channel Philosophy Tube. This feels like just like a weird tour of people that I just watch on YouTube, but I promise it's getting somewhere. It's getting to a point. Philosophy Tube also was fed to me after I watched a number of ContraPoints videos, and Philosophy Tube started as an educator who had gone through studying philosophy. It's not just a clever name, and would teach different philosophers in video essay style, which made what's otherwise reading a bunch of very dry pontifications on the world and our existence into something more fun, more interesting. They were creative, they were cleverly written essays, and I think this is where I started to feel like something is going wrong, because the more Philosophy Tube I watched, the more I realized this was almost like saddling old Western philosophy, basically everything from like ancient Greek up through pretty much everything in the modern European world, saddling those philosophers to create a narrative that was very far left. I think this channel was the one that I saw that made me realize I was being radicalized. I was being pushed to the ideas and theories of the far left. And while I still appreciate the content creator that creates Philosophy Tube, who's I haven't mentioned by name because her name is evading me right now, I started to feel itchy. Like I'm not getting a full perspective of the world and ideology and politics. I feel like I'm being slowly radicalized into the far left. That's no slight to the good points that ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube make on their channels, just that they are rather left. And the more I watched, the more I felt like I was only getting half of what I should be getting out there. Watch both of those as well. Sargon and Tim Pool back in 2015, 2018. Yes, we should mention both of those folks, among others doing current events and pseudo-intellectual stuff. Right. So the thing with the thing with philosophy tube and ContraPoints, at least, is they do both come from high academic backgrounds. They're well accredited, they are well studied, and the things that they discuss do come with good support. When they create their videos, they cite their sources, and they do a good job in creating very persuasive essays. Sargon on the Bacad, somebody who I never subscribed to, but somebody who at least was good at presenting the opposite side of things. I think problematically for me, one of the reasons why it was hard for me to follow Sargon, and one of the reasons why I don't enjoy Tim Pool as much, is because instead of being creative and clever about pursuing a specific agenda and talking about everything in what looked like a fair and even-handed way, while also trying to be entertaining, both Sargon and Tim have the propensity to create outrage. They get angry and they get demeaning about other people. They're quick to talk about how bad the other side of things is. Try to keep myself balanced at the time. I was doing the exact same thing. This is actually, Armand, this is very much, I think we have the same like origin story, to be fair. When I felt I was being radicalized by the left, I started to move toward looking for entertaining and fair-handed people on the right that would also be, you know, the same amount of convincing, the same amount of fun and good showmanship, good skills in acting and presenting a clever show. I wanted to see costumes, I wanted to see set changes, I wanted to see fun clips integrated. I didn't want to see somebody get mad and have you share with them in a certain amount of anger at the opposite side, and how scared you will be if the opposite side starts to take hold. And that's why I felt like these folks are, specifically Sargon and Tim Pool, are less, what's the word I'm looking for? Less compelling to try to grab my attention. Nowadays, I'm watching Super Metroid map rando runs. and I was doing that for a while. Mind you, before I started down this rabbit hole, I think everybody's caught up in ads, so maybe I'll take a pause. Thanks for bearing with me while we go down a bit of a lore dump here. We go to, what would have been the first? Unfortunately, this guy. We have to mention him. He starts his channel with an autoplay. What is the Rubin report? That's okay. Yeah. What happened with me is I actually did used to watch a lot of gaming content before I started down this idea, this plan that who I would become was somebody that spent all of my spare time leveling up, learning new things, growing, expanding, always becoming better. Even when I'm on the clock at work, which for most people, the most you can do is just work. You put in your hours, you make your money, and that's about the best any of us can usually do in a particular pursuit, right? So I was trying to do better. I was trying to become somebody better. I'd spent many years frittering my time away, and when I was first doing my work from home stuff, it was a lot of music, and honestly, it was a lot of like speed run. I got addicted to Awesome Games Done Quick. AD, what was that? The speed run channel. I forget what they're called. Those people. Yes, AGDQ, Awesome Games Done Quick, and SGDQ. I forget what that is. Summer Games. So I used to watch a lot of that kind of stuff. Yes. But then I started to get on this kick of I want to better myself over time. I want to lift myself out of my family's humble beginnings. I was raised, both in not the highest intellect sort of household and not the highest earner household. We had a lot of things rough. Those of you that followed me for a while know that I try not to harp on these topics too much. But so eventually got caught deep into a far left radicalization over time, and I wanted to recenter myself, where I ended up finding somebody that was at least when I found his first videos, I didn't think they were as fun or as entertaining or particularly well designed. No set changes, no costume changes, nothing of the sort. He just felt like he was pandering maybe to an older audience. Was this guy, Dave Rubin. And in his original few videos, when he was first starting out, he created a soundstage in his basement. And he was looking to try to do things a little more to the right, but very close to center. So he would actually bring on people who were either centrist, a little bit to the right, maybe one person to the right, one person to the left, and he'd try to mediate or moderate. He was a horrible moderator, and that led to, I think, some of the initial success of his show was you would get two incendiary people who had very opposite ideologies, and he would be sitting in the middle while they would be on the left and right of his show, and he'd be like, hey guys, no, listen, guys, hey, let's just be respectful, guys, and they wouldn't listen to him. They'd just go off and fight because he was doing such a shit job at his job. And maybe there was a secret sauce in that. Maybe he knew that. I definitely watched some Rubin Report. Yeah. And through him, the algorithm started to feed me stuff more toward the right, which is where I eventually found the intellectual dark web. I wonder what happens if I do a search. There's actually, I don't think this is right. Intellectual dark web 236 is their username, and they have only 14,000 subscribers. So yeah, the second avoiding whatever the heck that is, whoever that might be, the very second clip was for Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan Experience, and their last update was 5 years ago as far as that went. But a year ago, it looks like Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein get together. I wanted to bring up this, which we first looked up last week at some point. Was it Saturday or Sunday? We were talking a little bit about these people, and I pulled up the fluff article made by, I forget the particular person. Some person at a publisher decided to do a piece on them and made all of these folks look really badass. They did special photography that made everyone look dark and imposing, and talked about these guys as like radicals in thought movement. And it was enticing, I guess, for a little bit. I was enticed. I was curious to understand. Never watched Joe Rogan. Watching Joe Rogan feels like something that you have to be like him to like him. He's conspiratorial. He's kind of a bit of a stoner. I don't know if he necessarily does a lot of, like, smokes a lot of pot or like happens to get stoned a lot, but he's got that vibe, right? He questions a lot of things, but only like, well, what if this was a government conspiracy, or what if this was aliens, you guys? Isn't that crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy if that happened, you guys? He's that sort of vibe. He doesn't strike me as the sort that thinks on a deeper level or has particularly any academic acumen. And so in that regard, it's pretty quick to feel like you're not watching somebody that really knows and understands. He just asks a lot of questions. I wouldn't consider him to be engaging as a speaker. I switched from politics and contemporary analysis to craftsmen around 2019. Interesting. Watching people build stuff with skill and an often entertaining manner was very refreshing after all that darkness. I can understand that. I feel like watching crafters just makes me want to craft, unfortunately. And then I don't have time or money to get involved in something like that. So a lot of my spare time off the clock, especially in the last 5 years, has been in an attempt to mitigate outflow of money. Like the moment I'm off the clock and I stop earning money, I'm like, okay, how do we keep the money that I just earned in the house so that when things come up like medical expenses or household facilities emergency, that we have that money set aside. And that makes the pursuit of other things take a while or get put on back burner at best. So yeah, the intellectual dark web, just going off the Wikipedia article here, is a term used to describe a loose affiliation of academics and social commentators who oppose the perceived influence of left-winged associated identity politics and political correctness in higher education and mass media. If I had read this bit, I probably would not have fallen down the IDW rabbit hole initially, because I wasn't looking for a group that was explicitly anti-left wing. In fact, I wanted somebody who was good at being even-handed and was just great at arguing that there are multiple sides to an argument, that there are multiple facets to culture and politics, and how do you keep things even-handed? How do you show both sides to an or multiple sides to a topic without being unfair, without calling names, without being belligerent or a showman, and without radicalizing people, right? Oh, give me 1 sec. I see something gross just popped up in chat. Gross. How do we get rid of gross? This way? Damn, that didn't do it. What's the way? I feel like every time I have to mod for myself, I forget how to mod for myself. This way. That did it. Okay. Individuals and publications associated with the term reject what they view as authoritarianism, which I love, and ostracism within mainstream progressive movements in Western countries. I just wish that as they grew and I learned about them, that they were also against the authoritarianism and ostracism on the right. And this is why I started to get destroyed. My viewpoint started to fall apart, and I needed to leave these guys ASAP once I started to learn. This includes opposition to deplatforming, which I agree. I think platforming is dangerous, but deplatforming is even more dangerous. If you start to make people in fringe ideologies hide, or that they can't get their voice heard in big public forums, I think you run the risk of dangerously losing track of where these people are going or what they're up to. Whereas letting somebody be hateful outwardly and expose themselves to the world is good, actually. It lets us keep track of them and know what they're up to, what they think, and helps us to understand why, so maybe we can prevent more people from being like them. Boycotts are going to exist on both sides. I don't see that being an issue. The right boycotts as much as the left, so I don't know why these people are against boycotting. And online shaming. I think online shaming is important because everybody says things in a way that's going to be incendiary to somebody else. I think it's important to learn when you've said something that hurts, strikes a nerve in somebody else, and who it struck a nerve in. Because just having somebody tell you, oh, I don't like what you said, isn't enough, but learning about them and who are the people that you've incensed, that's important. So I don't think banning that is a good thing. It's better for their ideas to see the light of day so they can be rightly mocked. Exactly. I am against canceling. I'm against deplatforming because I would rather know this sort of stuff. imagine a world where you could, I've always thought that this could be a potential future if we could all just get really cool about some ideas really quickly, because I think this is a little bit invasive. So I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, like, will this really happen? I don't know. I have a theory for an app that creates social points. I know this sounds very Chinese government, but bear with me here. I have this theory that if we could just crowdsource the idea of how somebody is, we could all help guide ourselves and guide each other a little bit more informed than what we actually are. And I've thought of all the reasons as to how this could fail and thought of ways around them. So, for example, and this has been proven in the last 10 to 15 years, if somebody famous decides that they were wronged, maybe they go and they try to buy a cookie at a bakery and the person behind the counter was just an asshole. Or maybe they were just doing their job, but they were like, you know what? You asked for a blueberry cookie. We didn't have blueberries anywhere on premises. I'm sorry. You're going to have to find another place. And that content creator got really mad. Or that influencer. What do you mean you don't have blueberries? You're a bakery. Bakeries should have blueberries. Don't you do blueberry muffins, blueberry bread, blueberry anything? What's your problem? Blueberry donuts? Why don't you have blueberries? And get pissed, and they go back to their community and they're like, hey, 1,000 live followers right now, or my 20,000 people on Instagram, I want you to all cancel this bakery. The mom and pop bakery in my neighborhood says that they could do anything, but they can't do anything because they don't even keep blueberries in stock. That's rude. Everybody, I want you to make a post as how awful they are. This could happen in any sort of social clout website, right? So it's probably a bad idea to, one, let influencers have big sway, and two, let anybody who's engaged with other people make multiple claims. So I think if we were to ever have something that looked like a good reviewing website where we really say whether or not somebody is doing a good job in life and is being a good person, that it's corroborated by people who are different enough from each other. In other words, have some sort of rigorous AI underneath that lets the system understand who's deeply connected to whom. Do you follow this person on their socials? Are you typing constantly in their Discord or forums or whatever? Are you related to somebody? You know, if everybody from one family comes out and criticizes a person or a business for their practices, it's like, okay, well, how could you all have this opinion and all be related to each other? I smell bullshittery, right? Or if you have reviews on something that come from a non-locative position, like in a dating app, somebody says something really cringy and the person on the recipient says, you know what, I just feel like this person's a really bad person to date. I would like future people to not date this person either because I feel really strongly about them. And maybe it's just a bad match. Maybe they're not really a horrible person, but the recipient feels so bad that they tell everybody around them, hey, I want you to report this guy for acting the way he is. And so you have folks that have never dated him before giving bad reviews. There should be a tracking for that, in theory. Yeah. My main concern with any social scoring system is high score addiction. True. Yeah, that could be a problem. I haven't exactly sussed out what to do with that one. Is what if you feel like you really want your score to be better? How do you start to try to game the system and figure out ways to act to improve it. And I'm not sure how to rectify that. Maybe there's no such thing as a good score then, right? Maybe with the social scoring system, the right answer is everybody is neutral and you need to go out and meet that person or go to that business or date somebody to figure out who they are as long as they're neutral. But if they start having little bits of negativity, I think small negativity shouldn't be reported whatsoever. If I had bad experiences in dating, and out of a pool of, I don't know, like 10 people I dated, 2 of them had a bad experience, as an example, like 20%. Should that come off as I'm 20% less dateable as a result? I feel like 2 out of 10 isn't a strong enough metric. It's not big enough to make a good blip. So if you're going to do something that involves social scoring, maybe you ignore small numbers and you only affect those who have made a big effect. And then big effect, how do you measure big effect? You just make sure that you have some sort of underlying structure so that you can keep out or gateway anybody who might be largely associated in some greater cultural drive. In other words, a cancel culture movement or a cancel call to action by somebody big should fail. Like, oh, that's weird. This person on a dating app or this particular business is getting negative reviews from coast to coast when they don't have that kind of impact. You know, if you're an online celebrity and your face is spread everywhere and everyone has a chance to interact with you, then they can all interact with you separately, and maybe over the course of different timelines they've all said negative things about you. That would make more sense. That would be another thing to look out for, is timeline. Let's say I piss off ContraPoints. I hope that wouldn't happen because I actually appreciate and respect her. I brought her up just as the beginning of my personal journey into pseudo-intellectualism. I don't believe she's a pseudo-intellectual per se, just maybe more left than I personally would like to go. But let's just say I piss off Natalie Wynn and she, for some reason, says, hey, 200,000 people on the internet tonight, I want you to report Damien Halme for misconduct and hatred and hate speech and bigotry and anything, racism, everything, all the bad things all at once. And everybody does. And for the course of a week, you see a spike in what was normally a benign content creator. Somebody like myself is generally uplifting, trying to enforce greater love, greater support, greater amicability, understanding, and motivations across people. And then all of a sudden, I'm reported for hate speech multiple times in the course of 1 week, and from myriad sources all over the internet, right? That'd be weird. In which case, I think it should be denied or left off of my social platform or whatever. Wasn't there a Star Trek episode based on this? I feel like a number of sci-fi shows have pitched the idea of what would happen if we were able to better track the impact that each person has on everybody else's lives. Because I think it is something that unfortunately we're so good at creating our own narratives. By the way, a quick pitch to my own channel on YouTube. I have a video essay, because I'm also a video essayist to some degree. I want to get back to that once I can, on manipulating narrative. So yeah, the idea has been pitched across a lot of different IP. I think the one that impacted me the most was watching the Black Mirror episode called Nosedive. And that one featured an app where everybody had X number of stars. I think it was like a 5-star system. And the closer you got to 5 stars, you know, whether you were a 4.3 or a 4.7, that mattered in a number of ways. Now, this particular episode was much more like a Chinese government sort of consideration. It wasn't a warning system for people to avoid ne'er-do-wells. It was a perks system where the higher you got, the more access to higher level real estate you could get. You want to move to a new place and it's like a really good neighborhood for housing and futures and that sort of thing. Well, your social score better be really high. And everybody could report on your social score no matter what. small mercantile interactions. You buy a coffee, you give the barista 5 stars, then maybe they give you 5 stars because you were so polite. So you're enforcing an exchange of clout back and forth as though it were some sort of monetary pursuit, because it would allow for progression in that society. That's obviously dangerous. It's bad when the points that you have do more than inform other people, but also grant you privileges or not. The Star Trek episode went badly. It spiraled out of control because things were taken out of context and people bandwagon even without outside influence. Yeah, the bandwagon effect, I feel like would need some sort of mitigation, right? So if everybody suddenly felt like they wanted to share information about somebody, like, oh, this is really bad, I don't like where they went with this idea, or a bunch of people misunderstood a vague comment and decided to come together, or not even come together, just virtually all agree that something was really bad. Maybe they all report all at once. I think there should be some tolerance for that, right? If you've made an impact and a bunch of people all negatively reacted very quickly, that should come with a grain of salt. Like, why did this all happen all at once? Should this have the same amount of impact as somebody who's lived a life where they constantly get negative dings everywhere they go? They're locatively there, and they're wherever they are physically, they're interacting and they're receiving some sort of negative connection, some sort of negative review for the ways in which they're engaging with everyone and everything. Those people need to be outed sooner. Short of that, because that's a lot to decide upon, and I think a lot of people would be against it, would be antagonistic to incorporating with that. I especially think if you know that you're getting away with shit, you know that in private, on a one-on-one basis, you push limits against people, you use your clout or your energy or whatever it is to do negative things, and you're hoping that you don't get away with that you do get away with being kind of a jerk because of some level of anonymity and disconnection. Some people live off the grid just to have this lifestyle, right, where they can get away with stuff. I feel like adoption would be really hard. So short of all of this, I do wish that we at least live in a culture, an online culture, where we don't censor too much of the bad people, the bad actors out there, so that we can learn who they are, keep tabs on them, and watch to see if they work to better themselves or work to change, become something more than what they are, or if they double down and decide to be more hateful. We ought to know, and making somebody's account suspended or banned or remove a post, those are far worse solutions to the problem. I really like the solution that Facebook, Twitter, and a few other social media platforms have adopted, where readers can add context, add a fact check, add support. Here's the supporting evidence as to why this person's claim is false, and let readers make their own decision based on what they're seeing on the original post, and then what the greater viewership comes in and pushes. Says, no, maybe that's not true. It wasn't Star Trek, it was the Orville. Oh, gotcha. That sounds brand connective to what the Orville stood for. All right, continuing on with these folks who were so convincing to me for a short while in my life. Those who have been labeled as part of the IDW include both liberals and conservatives. This was very influential for me. The validity of the term is contested by some. It has been applied to because of the range of beliefs it encompasses. This is where I started to fall off, is the folks encompassed in the ideology of labeling intellectual dark web didn't agree with being labeled. And so it really just felt like the strong arm of one person, just this one guy in the picture, Eric Weinstein. Maybe I need to move my browser a little bit so you can see this guy on Instagram's live stream. There we go. This guy. The term intellectual dark web was coined by financial executive Eric Weinstein and popularized by New York Times opinion editor Barry Weiss. It has been used to refer to various academics and social commentators who express concerns over the perceived excesses of left-wing identity politics. This is where I started to break away, because it didn't seem like they were actually intellectually engaging with the content that they were against. It just felt like a place for people who were once left-wing, either left of center or even farther left, to say, I'm disenfranchised with where the left is, and I want to reprogram myself differently. It just felt reactionary. It felt like a self-help group for people who felt like the left was astray from their own beliefs. Gavin, hi and welcome. On one hand, social networks show how we can divide ourselves. On the other hand, Wikipedia shows how we can come together for common good. I love this about Wikipedia, honestly. I understand that for people who are still going through schooling, that this is constantly being referred to as a place that you cannot use for good references to make your convincing essays well supported. They say you can't use this as a good source, but there's so much that you can learn from this, from Wikipedia. It's true. And I know that a lot of Wikipedia is, because of its openness to be edited, is subject to many people coming together, and that can feel dangerous. But it's also a good place if you understand that when you have a collaborative environment for people to produce ideas, write articles together, that by and large what you're going to see is, if not a full and complete truth, at least a means-tested truth that produces what you would perceive, what most people should perceive, as the greatest supported ideology. In other words, a fringe group couldn't come into Wikipedia, make dramatic changes, and believe that they will stick, right? Because it's such a collaborative environment, most people would see large sweeping changes done to an article by what's obviously a biased ideology as invasive, and they would work to reverse anything that was done in that regard so that something more neutral or more truthful was represented instead. That's how much people care in Wikipedia about neutrality. And that's honestly where I also think my community finds its strength, is an understanding of knowledge in as neutral a way as possible, and recognizes where things are being unfairly presented so that we can dial things back and just focus on the facts that we have. Yeah. So Gavin says, I have a hot take. I think people need more hugs. You couldn't be more right. Especially after the pandemic, I wish more people were more highly engaged physically than they used to be, but we've become insular after pandemic, and we haven't fixed that so much, right? A lot more people work from home jobs, which personally I find of benefit. Being around your family, being around the homestead more often allows you to do more with your time when you have time free, more flexibility, more engagement with the people in your home and maybe your neighborhood at large, because you're spending less time on the roads, just less infrastructure costs as well. That's less road maintenance, that's less travel to and from someplace, less costs for all of us for gas and vehicle maintenance. But it has removed a certain interpersonal connectivity. Not that people go to the office and they get hugs from all of their coworkers. But I do think it's been harder for us post-pandemic to reach out and connect more physically with people. Not least of which our household, because as soon as the pandemic was lightening, we moved cross country away from all of our friends and family to a place very remote to anything that we ever knew before. That was rough. And it's hard for us to get in our hug quota, except with each other. Don't quote Wikipedia, quote the works that Wikipedia is quoting. Yes, that is a smart tactic. After all, those people have done their research. They've found good resources. They put together the article, and those resources are good for you then to go find as first. What's the word I'm looking for? Original sources, right? I stick to history and the sciences on Wikipedia. Lots of people very passionate about their topic, finding the strongest sources to explain them. I love that. I do love that. And I've learned a lot of history through Wikipedia that school was not good at finding the motivation within me to understand or want to learn history. And yet every fucking year of my education, at least back to maybe third grade, I don't remember studying history before third grade, but in third grade, I remember starting local history. Fourth grade was, I forget what fourth grade's history was. Fifth grade was national history. Oh, fourth grade might have been state history. So third grade, local, fourth, state, fifth, national, sixth, world history. Seventh, I learned world history. Eighth, I learned national history. And it seems like in high school, we went back, we just toggled that same switch. We went from national to world to national to world. And then I still needed to take more history in college at university to fulfill all of my requirements. That's a lot of history. And out of all of those professors and teachers, not one activated my interest in wanting to learn why things happened, what's the purpose of a modern person learning about shit from the past. Now I care. I'm much older, and the impact of me learning history probably now is far less. So now I just do it maybe just as a kink or something. I don't know. But when I was younger, I couldn't find any reason to learn it, and yet was force-fed year after year, every year of my education, force-fed it with nobody telling me these are the reasons why. Yeah. Kids graduating after the lockdown and coming to work for the first time were severely under-socialized. I feel like there was an under-socialization problem happening anyway because of how a certain generation of parents were wanting to raise their kids just using technology. They didn't have the spoons. They didn't really maybe want to be active parents. And I'm just like, you know what? How easy is it to just hand my kid an iPad and feel like I am giving them edutainment? You know, they're learning from this. They're growing. And you have that blue light stare, I think, that's become popular rhetoric. Everybody knows what blue light stare is, right? Yeah. I had people quit for just mildly unfavorable interactions. Yeah, that's also part of it too. It's not just under socialization, but it is also a lack of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a lack of grit. When things are too adverse, I feel like there are certain younger generations that say, you know what? I don't deserve this. But if you don't get some tolerance to adverse situations, you won't succeed. Not in America, anyway. There's nobody that's here to create a custom tailored experience for you to make things better or more palatable for you. The references are key, and history in school was so dry in the textbooks. It was. Yeah. I don't know if it's gotten any better. I took one American history course at university that did a fairly good job, they had a lot of, I don't know why I have this up when we're talking about other meta stuff. I'll just take down the browser. I feel like that one course that I took in American history did a pretty good job of humanizing and really understanding like social movements and engagements on a personal level, and then expanding that out to the greater meta so that people understood, well, this wasn't just this one person's journal, right? This journal is indicative of a greater problem that was happening with society here in this particular era. And coming at it from that level, it seemed pretty good. But a lot of the older history that I ended up studying, like, this is the year this happened, memorize the year because it's going to be on the test. Okay. Remember this person that signed this contract, because this person's name, we're going to ask you who signed this particular governmental doctrine. Okay, I will remember the person's name. Like, it was just a bunch of useless facts. Who cares who the people's names were? Who cares on the greater timeline exactly what dates happened? Now, chronology might be important to understand what came before what, so that you know what caused World War I or what caused America to revolt from England. These sort of things. But don't give me raw dates and say, 1492 is an important year, because the year was never important, right? The actions of people and the engagement, the causes that happened as a result of that person's investment in the world. That's what matters. Who was Napoleon doesn't matter so much. What was Napoleon's impact on the greater world? That maybe matters more. What years was Napoleon active? Maybe doesn't matter so much as understanding where in the greater chronology was he engaged, right? Or why was he so convincing as a conqueror, right? Let me catch up with YouTube chat here because I know it's not being relayed. I never wanted random people touching me. That's fair. That's fair. California Mission Project in 4th grade. Yeah, I wasn't privy to that particular thing. Where I lived in 4th grade, I don't think we did anything but I know a lot of Californians made a mission in 4th grade, built one like out of flour and water or something. Don't give iPad. Yeah, we don't let our kids use technology just on a whim. We use technology very educationally and very intentionally, and we have time limits set on a day-to-day basis so that they don't get overwhelmed with screen time. We want the majority of our kids' interactions to be face-to-face, except where technology can make things better. And then we still don't want our kids to be poor socializers. We want them to be social first and academic second. Schoolhouse Rock was the best teacher. Schoolhouse Rock was awesome. Macaroni and spray paint missions? Ew. Why macaroni? Why was that such a thing to craft with? I don't understand. Let's see. Armand says, I learned more history being inspired by paradox games than I learned in school. What's paradox games? I'm unfamiliar. History provides essential context to why things are the way they are so that you can better understand and critique the modern day and possibly improve it. Is that the fact, though? I feel like since the Industrial Revolution, we've been moving so much faster in so many different ways. Progressive thought has been engaged at such a faster pace than it ever has before, leaving tradition behind, leaving behind means tested, tried and true methodology is faster and faster now than it used to be. Almost every single generation now is completely reactionary to the previous generation. So much so that it's hard to say we're really passing a torch, right? So then, does history really apply to modern times when we're so so different at such a fast pace than what we used to be. I mean, people don't even believe that the senators and justices of the United States have an accurate understanding of modern times to be worthwhile in their position. We want to give term limits. We want to cut people out of society because we feel like they're not applicable to what everybody else younger than them has learned and kept up with. I feel like I'm not the youngest person streaming online right now, right? But I feel like I'm already at sort of a crux where I see people barely older than me, maybe people I even went to high school with who graduated before I did, that are well ossified in their ideas. They're stuck. They don't think anything new. They're applying back to tradition and old morals and old values. They don't use computers. They're not caught up with the internet. They're not caught up with any online culture. And then around my age and younger, we're all fluid and able to adopt new things. Like, oh, is that word hateful? We won't use it anymore. Is this the new platform? We're going to adopt the new platform. Is this the new slang? That's part of my vernacular now too. It's not a big deal. We're not stuck. We're not getting old. We're not stating that we've heard the best music in our lifetime when we were teenagers, or we've had the best of our lives or the best version of America or whatever country you live in at some point earlier in my life, and we'll never get better. I think me and everyone younger has agreed tacitly that life will always change, and you'll never find a universal truth that will continue on for the rest of your life. And that makes history fall kind of hollow then, right? Because history looks like something that you could look back to and learn something intrinsic or endemic to humanity that might repeat. Whereas now I feel like the greater cultures of the world are not repeating very much. Some are to some degree, like some are going backwards, right? Russia feels like it's kind of going in a backwards direction. And some other countries I feel like are pushing for a traditionalist or an older narrative again. And maybe we could learn how to work on bringing them out of their dark age. But by and large, I don't know that history will have as much impact going forward as maybe it used to when social cohesion was greater. Oh yeah, macaroni was cheap. That's true. History is written by the winners. Documentation and studying is important, though. Please see Pandemic and World War II. I think the thing with documentation is it's important to get it from sources besides governments, right? If you can get firsthand documentation, people's personal journals, ledgers that they hid, the letters back and forth between lovers, anything that's much more on a personal level. Obviously, the individual's experience is going to vary greatly, but if you can get a lot of that and sort of crowdsource or data source that, which I think will be easier going forward in the future than it was back in the day to be able to get so many firsthand sources, I think you can start to piece together a greater picture out of what you get from that. Because everybody is so uniquely different, but you can start to understand larger vibes over time when you gather all that stuff together, right? But they're so old, they're the ones who made the mistakes the first time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. People still fall into old ways at our age if they don't understand why things happened. Our age and younger are just better able to understand they can be wrong and don't double down. Maybe that's what's making history hit differently, is maybe we're starting to grow in various cultures, not just in the US, but everywhere, to have a little more hesitance about the things that we assert because we're guaranteed to be proven wrong. Whereas somebody could assert back in the day or make a certain claim or feel a certain way and find other people to agree with them. Now you're exposed to so many different vectors. Some social media are bad at this, right? Some social media prefer to create echo chambers to feed you what you want to hear. But the good ones keep you exposed to a wider array of commentary, and you'll see plenty of people who are adverse to a bad claim that you might make, or bring your bad data to light so that you can move forward maybe and learn from it. Or you double down and isolate yourself. And if you do so, if you really do want to ignore the greater social movements out there, that turns you into a certain type of person then too, right? History class is outdated, but history as a whole is important. Maybe that's it. Maybe we need to learn sort of meta history to understand the greater concepts that you learn out of studying history, as opposed to researching and learning about the Magna Carta specifically, or Columbus's journeys specifically. Those might not teach enough of a message, whereas gathering history in broader swaths might be more helpful. Let's catch up with Twitch chat here. It helps me when I follow the stories of various people, like the 100 Years' War. I couldn't tell you much about, but learning about Joan of Arc suddenly pulled me into wanting to learn more. Interesting. So you feel like maybe on a more intimate level, you find history to be impactful? I can see that. It's hard to look at statistics or big swathing wars or nations changing, borders and growing into empires. It's hard to grasp that. 10,000 people died. What does that mean? But when one person dies and maybe it's unfair or tragic, that's more impactful to all of us. I'm reminded of Megadeth, which is kind of like a weird Metallica offshoot band, but one that I grew up liking. Megadeth had this quote in one of their songs: "If you kill a man, you're a murderer. Kill many, and you're a conqueror. Kill them all, and you're a god." And that sort of embodies this idea that we don't see death the same way when it's like our loved one versus, 1,000 people died in a flood versus 20,000 people died in an armed conflict versus, a pandemic of like COVID, right? All of these numbers hit differently. History is a topic that's hard to make into a qualitatively graded topic, especially when different people latch on to different aspects of it. I feel like maybe that makes an argument that while it should exist, maybe it should exist on the college level, and maybe young people learning it aren't as enriched by history as they should be. They're just learning trivia that doesn't apply to anything they will use to become a more impactful person in their society, right? If you're wanting to study a specific trade, if you're wanting to develop a skill set that will earn you a career, get you a house, get you stability to maybe have a family if you so desire, or just live out the best of your lives and getting the things that you want in life, will history be a major component of that? No. Why is it so mandated at such an early level? Now, if you want to become an academic in history, you want to study it, you want to become a researcher, a teacher, or in some way involved in the historic and or ancient world, I think that's where college pitches in very well. It seems weird to me that we learn history so early on when it is so useless to most adults, right? Now, when we say studying history gives us impact, right? It helps us understand the mistakes of the past and helps us navigate the future. How many people does that actually do that for? How many people do you know that because they've learned history, they are today impacting society? Most people are just getting to their job, they're getting their paycheck, they're going and buying food, they're relaxing from their job, they're waking up again tomorrow, and they're doing this again. And that's a big point I wanted to get to with tonight. I'm going to just skip to the end and say what I was getting to with bringing up IDW and talking about all these bad actors and people manipulating your ideology to go along with them so they could eventually sell themselves as a product as smart people, that you would follow their social movements. A lot of the times they skip well over the bread and butter, the majority of people in this planet that are just waking up in the morning, hustling so that they can survive, so that they get the means to make it to tomorrow. And they might save up a little bit of extra money to celebrate, to give to their kids, to better their community in some way. They're not the philosophers, they're not the historians. And if you teach them all these things, it's not necessarily creating something better in them when they've never had the capacity to make those impacts in culture anyway, right? Politicians should learn history. A welder probably doesn't need to know the history. A welder might not even need to know the history of welding, because it's just trivia. Yeah. Macaroni was cheap to buy and a lot of teachers were underfunded. A lot of teachers still are. I'm learning from our kindergarten experiences with the little that our school needs stuff all the time. Like, we've already bought school supplies to help the classroom, to help our kids specifically. And the nurses station also requests donations. They have regular donation drives. They have grants from various places. Money from all directions keeps happening all the time, not just from the tax base in our area. And I think that's a problem, right? If tax base is the only thing that creates a support structure for children, well, taxes are going to change from place to place. The majority of taxes that go into schools are property tax. Well, what if the properties are all small and low taxed? What if they're big and taxed very heavily? Those kids are going to have different outcomes. You can throw money at education and change outcomes. So having a macaroni budget versus having, the budget for something higher level, it matters. It really does matter. Also, kids sometimes try to eat art supplies, so it may as well be food. I remember in 6th grade, some kids trying to eat the pasta, the uncooked pasta, and claiming that it was good. I think I tried one nibble and I was like, there's nothing about uncooked pasta that I appreciate, and I think you guys are full of shit. I don't understand why anybody made those claims. Yeah. Christiana says, wait, where did we last leave off? People still fall into old ways at our age if they don't understand why things happened. Our age and younger are just better able to understand they can be wrong and don't double down. I read that one already. History class is outdated, but history as a whole is important. Also, updating history books taught in schools to undo the things that have been disproven. That's critical. I learned so much in college that red-pilled me out of what I learned as a kid. I definitely had a certain narrative of where I lived, the country I grew up in, our ancestry, what our motivations were, and then seeing it in a greater picture later on. Absolutely. Arguably, every subject has an issue of being taught by those who don't truly believe in the subjects. The thing with, now I get learning like science and math for some people that might eventually end up in like a retail job might feel useless. But if you know things about science, if you know things about the structure of how to work in science or in STEM in general, the documentation, the regimentation, the following of certain strategies in a patterned and repeatable way, you're already better off than all the folks that didn't get that, because that's critical. Organization skills that you learn in STEM are critical and translatable skills. Math not only helps you with jobs that would involve numbers, but if you don't have a job that involves numbers, it's just soft skill for the most part, then math helps you out at home. because you can do things with scheduling, you can do things with budget, with your finances that other people didn't learn how to do because they're bad with numbers, right? How many math teachers tell their students, you will never use this, but you do if it's taught correctly? Right. I wish math was taught differently. When I started learning calculus, I realized that the world was never going to work with me and calculus together unless I got into certain engineering aspects. But at the same time, I feel like calculus explains living world mathematics, where everything before it was just pre-calc. Everything all the way down to basic arithmetic is just pre-calculus. It's just teaching you the structures that you need to understand calculus, which calculus actually explains or can explain the living world and its systems and the underlying math thereof. Without calculus, we don't know anything about the world, and all math before calculus just helps you figure out how to do calculus in the first place. If only I was taught that way, right? But at the same time, you learn a lot of stuff in calc you will literally never use as an adult. Unless, again, at the college level, you decide, well, I want to go into mechanical engineering. I want to go into applied physics, in which case, then you should start down further down that rabbit hole. Dropping in to say I exist in Teacherment. I love you. Thank you. Geometry probably is one of the most widely used and underappreciated maths. True, because we live in a 3D space, right? Algebra 2 we solve for literally every day. Algebra is so critical to our finances, our understanding of just general resource usage, what we have, what we don't, how we proceed through time, that we can't get rid of certain parts of math, right? Absolutely. All right, we're going into ad break, so I'll pause before I read Armand's information about Paradox Studios, and then we'll catch up. The lovely music we've been listening to in the background is from Final Fantasy 14. I had it pulled up, and it was something that I was going to do. I was like, oh, you know what? If we don't get involved in a deep conversation, then I'll just do some of my daily quests in that game. But I am having a really nice conversation. Hopefully you guys are too. I appreciate you all being here, and thank you. Also, I've been watching intently on the metrics that will lead us to partnership by the end of the year with YouTube. I have a small confession to make with that regard, because I've learned something. Most of this year, I've been commenting that we need a certain amount of watch hours to hit partnership with YouTube. I did some deep diving in this last week or two to better understand the analytics and what was going forward. And that's when I looked more with a more fine-tooth comb at exactly what metrics I was trying to hit. It turns out YouTube does have partnership metrics that are bifurcated. It used to be you get to certain numbers in YouTube and you're just partner, and you get everything that comes with partnership. Today, partnership in YouTube comes on a junior level and a senior level. I'm making these labels up. They don't call them that, but there's like tiny partnership and big partnership. And big partnership is exactly what it used to be when I was first partnered with YouTube. You have access to the partner title, you have a contract with YouTube, you have an AdSense revenue account with YouTube. Anytime anybody watches YouTube videos of yours, you get a share of the ad revenue, and you're officially a creator under their wing. You've signed contract with the company. You work for them to a certain degree. To a greater degree, you work for the public. And YouTube and you both benefit, right? But there is a smaller metric that we are close to hitting on this particular YouTube channel that I'm streaming to right now, that just engages you as partner by name and allows certain people to send monetized thanks and subscribe in a way that's different from subscription. It's called membership, and it works much like Twitch subs do. And that stuff's all fun. And in fact, the share revenue on YouTube is higher than Twitch, which is interesting. It's a 70-30 split. How are they able to do that? Because they make so much money on ad revenue. Interesting to know that a bigger company can step in and beat Twitch's terms for who gets what money. So if you sub to me on Twitch, I get 50%. If you membership to me on YouTube, when I establish that particular milestone, I get 70%. Interesting, right? That's coming up soon, but not too soon, because every day this week, I've watched the numbers get added up and other numbers get deleted. I'm adding nearly 100 watch hours every day, and YouTube is deleting right now nearly 100 watch hours every day. I'm stagnating even though I'm watching my channel grow. So something weird is happening with YouTube. They don't come out with what they do as far as their analytics, but they're doing something. And so I calmly watch and wait and continue to earn metrics as we go. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Twitch is out of ad break. Let's catch up with Armand's message on Paradox Studios. Paradox Studios makes strategy games that cover particular time periods and set up as historically relevant a manner as possible. Roman era, medieval, age of discovery, Victorian, industrial revolution, World War II all have their own game that history sets the stage for the sandbox. I don't think I've ever heard of these folks, but that sounds really cool. And today me thinks that's cool. Younger me would have been like, nerd, but now that's interesting. So I found something interesting in the initial setup of the world and looked up why this country goes that way at first, or why this guy does this thing. I love that. I'd be curious to see what sort of games they've published and how entertaining they are. The U.S. recently has spent a good deal of time being compared to the fall of Rome. I think a lot of people would love to see the fall of the U.S. because we've been forerunner in a lot of ways, but we have a lot of things going wrong with us that other smaller countries have gotten right since then. In particular, relating to human rights and just protections of making sure everybody is well taken care of, even in adverse situations. The U.S. falls behind a little bit. And so I think people want to see us fall because we've been in the lead for so long. I think if we were careful and if we vote right, especially at the local politics level, we can see some continued progress and we won't fall like Rome will. Trade skills, can we get schools to stop demonizing those while we're at it? I don't understand the hate. And we intend to teach our kids otherwise. I don't know what they will learn in school, or if that's still even a trope, or if it's been abandoned since then. But I don't want our kids to ever feel like learning a good trade skill could possibly be different than learning some academic subject in college. With the caveat that if the trade skill happens to be very physical, that you do trade your body's productivity later on in your life depending on the trade skill, right? I have seen certain groups of people go through harder lives later on than others. If you work as an office clerk, you will never have as hard of a time in your 60s, 70s, and 80s than a carpenter will, because a carpenter always has, historically and in modern times, this hasn't changed, traded more of their body's livelihood for money than an office clerk will. If you work in law, you're going to have, ulcers and stress and be really hard on yourself mentally and emotionally, but you probably won't have nearly as many physical ailments as somebody who does mining or lumberjack work, just anything where it's like sweat equity. So trade skills they differ depending on the trade, right? How much you put forth into the world based on what your body can withstand. Icy stairs were made up to my hobbit hole. That wasn't me. I don't know who did that, but that's very cool. How kind. Blocks dropped off in the storage chest with the other blocks. Good stuff, good stuff. So I think teaching everyone everything at least a bit allows for people to have more opportunities. Well, most people won't benefit from 80% of their education. That 20% that they do use throughout their life is different for each person. I do agree to that to a certain extent. Maybe while I disagree with the amount of history I was taught, do I feel like history should be abandoned from elementary and high school and middle schools? Probably not. I think that maybe if we went more meta or more broad about those topics, or maybe we used things like history in elementary school to help us learn research methodologies or finding and categorizing sources based on like primary source, secondary source, and learning good methodology for academia as a whole. That's beneficial, maybe more beneficial than what we learn from the history itself, right? Same thing with science. You take a chemistry class, are you going to know that in your adult life you're going to use chemical reactions, you're going to use balancing equations? Probably not, and statistically most people will not. But keeping the composition book where you're writing experiment data, you're doing, you know, hypothesis analysis, results, that sort of thing, those are important skills to develop. Maybe your job in the future won't incorporate you in those ways, but they structure your brain differently. And historically, outcomes of people who have gotten higher level degrees, they always wildly out earn people who stop at high school, right? So just in terms of how much comfort do you want in your later years, if you can traject your own imagination to 60-year-old you, you're starting to feel different pains and aging in your body, you have different wants and interests. Did you want to have lived a life where you had to physically labor very hard to get to that ripe age of whenever you get old? Or would you like to earn enough money that you had some comforts that other people did not have? Would you prefer an easier life where you can choose if you want hardship or not, whereas people that do not earn at a high enough level don't get that choice as to how hard or easy their life is? They just have the life they have. Yeah. For kids especially, it would probably help if things like math and such were more gamified. I would love that. I love gamification of education. I work with that a lot with the kiddos in our household. I love gamification. I have so many cool things. I don't think ads are running. Do you have Twitch Turbo? Maybe you are exempt from ads. Maybe. Yeah, I have so many ideas as the kids get older that I want to do things that show like progress and skill trees and experience bars, like all sorts of fun stuff that would make the progress not only more fun to watch as you fill in what you learn and what you know, so that you can feel like you can see the greater roadmap, but also I think historically adults were really bad at showing the end game. So a kid could go down a long rabbit hole on something that they just thought was fun or easy, and then they find out later on as an adult. This happened to me with detective work. I always wanted to be a detective when I was younger, and it wasn't until an unfortunate amount of years passed that I realized what being a detective was, what the path was to that, skill sets that you needed to learn, the job description, and ultimately the lived lifestyle of a detective. That I was like, I don't want any of this. And I spent so much of my life fetishizing what I thought it was. I wish adults had stepped in and sort of showed me the greater path. Our eldest right now says she wants to be a doctor and has said this for a long time, years now. She's 5, and she said for years she wants to be a doctor. That feels weird for a 5-year-old, right? So we're being very cautious not to let her have her own fetish about what being a doctor is. We're trying to explain the situation, the difficulties working with and against insurance companies, working with and against patients that have their own ideas. They come with their own Google study on what they have going on. The work hours and pressures of being a doctor and different types of doctors, right? If you're a brain surgeon versus an anesthesiologist, those are two very different difficulty levels of life. They earn different earnings, but they also have different quality of life based on what you do with your workday. And maybe they have different derived values. That's something that can only be felt at the individual level. Will an anesthesiologist ever feel as satisfied at the end of their day as a brain surgeon? That depends on the person. Will a brain surgeon ever feel the same levels of stress as an anesthesiologist? That's probably doubtful. I'd love to see a brain surgeon that feels like their job is as carefree as an anesthesiologist. Just picking on two different disciplines. If you feel like you have a job that you can come home and decompress from quickly, as quickly as an anesthesiologist, and you're a surgeon, I need to know your secret superpowers. Yeah. Let's catch up with YouTube chat here. Arguably, every subject has an issue of being taught by those who don't truly believe in the subjects. I've heard this phrase. Some part of me likes it, some part of me doesn't, because I like teaching. But have you ever heard those who do, those that don't teach? Or those who can do, those who can't teach? And I do feel like a number of, especially high school and college teachers and professors, are the sort that are no longer in the actual working world because they can't, or they never could in the first place, and so they've become teachers. That might not be the case with every professor. Some professors may just feel an overwhelming urge to give back after being very successful in the business world or in the field of their study. Maybe. But it's hard to say. There are plenty of people that I took classes with, especially in high school. I could tell they were teaching out the window, right? They're looking out the window, hardly paying attention to what's going on. They didn't have a love for it. How many math teachers tell the students you will never use this, but you do if it's taught correctly? Some math. I took very high level math, and I can tell you, like, discrete math and trying to think what else I learned. Set theory. Like, there's some levels of math that you will never use in modern adult life. Yeah. I know I reread those, but I wanted to make that commentary. YouTube doesn't hear any background music? Are you sure? Oh, okay, you do. Aren't we supposed to play a game? It's in the background. It's waiting. We're having a good chat. Yeah. I like applied learning. I used to talk to my child through chores like shopping or walking through a parking lot, and used it as education. Solve for X. Y is walking diagonally. I think there's a word cut out there. Y is walking diagonally. Oh, geometry. Yeah. That stuff's good. I do try to share my theories with the kids too, especially when it comes to socialization. I think kids pick up on cold systems and things faster than they do on a lot of the soft skills, interacting with other humans. And I feel particularly high skilled in navigation with interpersonal communications. So I often describe what they could do better if they had a bad interaction or they were unfair, especially because we have two girls that they interact with each other a lot, how they can how they could replay something better if they misstep. And so I'm hoping to teach them a lot of those soft skills along the way, and hard skills as well. We teach them a lot about especially how to take care of yourself, because if you're not healthy, if you feel lethargic, sick, low energy, you're not taking good care of yourself, you're having medical problems later on in life, not only is it an incredible expense in our country, but you limit everything else. All of your higher level thinking, all the ambitions you have for a job, for your education, for the pursuit of anything, relationship, all of those get hindered by poor health. You get your health off the table. Basically, it's taken care of because you have good habits. You're active the right amount of time. You're out in the sunlight the right amount of time. You're eating enough good foods that all of that stuff is put away. You don't have to worry about it. You can start focusing on higher level. You know, it's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You take care of the body's needs, and as long as the body isn't hurting, you've unlocked so much more potential then, right? Let's see. I found even quite seemingly dissimilar things can help develop skills that help me. Some aspects of game design have helped with marketing and art. I love that. I feel like I'm learning the same. I'm trying to study the marketing of content creation and growing this into a business that can be the main breadwinner for our family, get our girls to college and that sort of thing. And I'm realizing that a lot of the stuff that I've learned in previous disciplines does apply. There's a lot of translatable skills. So even when you think I'm learning down a route that maybe is specializing me too much, don't worry, because a number of the things that you learn can be repurposed in other ways that you wouldn't expect until you find that you need to change industries or you're looking to work in a different field than you were. You might realize I have been studying a lot of the foundational structure to this. It was just called something different, or I utilized it, yoked those energies in a different way. And now that I'm moving toward that direction, I realize how much that I've supported myself. Yeah. My older sister, the same one who does the pottery, she used to be the person in charge of a company called Starfall. That's a cool name. That sounds like a magic spell. It specializes in the gamification of education, especially for children and language learning. I'd be really curious. Used to be the person. Is Starfall still around? Hit me in DMs. I'm curious to know, because I will forget at the end of the stream that you mentioned that company's name. I'd just be curious if they're still around and what they do. Knowing what I know, I would have wanted to go into naval architecture. Interesting. Make and design big ships. What a cool field. I mean, there's got to be some crazy engineering involved in that. And how far along on structural and mechanical understanding and materials engineering that the people that do create ships today have come since, you know, the basic first metal warships were ever created. And imagine what we've learned since then that your standard civilian doesn't know. That would be so fascinating to get into. Worked in health.
Stop kissing everything.
Simbatha! Hi everybody, welcome on in. Welcome Raiders. How are we all doing tonight? I'm Damian Halme, disruptor of the status quo, and we're discussing pseudo-intellectualism. Although right now I think we're talking about the health system. Tony! Hi and welcome. Let's give a huge shout out to those who are already watching the show, to Simbatha. Simbatha and I are, by all metrics, part of the same family. Even though we don't share blood, we're very strongly related, and I appreciate everything that they put on the internet. They're a fantastic content creator. If you're not following them already, please do so right now. Go to their Twitch channel, follow, sub if you can.
That was the most badass thing you guys have seen.
That was a good takedown.
I was busy trying to
Holy fuck!
That was so good. I rarely see a Simbatha clip where things looked so seamless and so MVP. That was fantastic. That's probably the best clip I've seen from your whole clip show. I mean, just in terms of like high level gaming. Really well done. Starfall, I made a sword with that name. Fictional, of course, it was made from meteorite. Nice. Let's see. Let's catch up with chat. Worked in healthcare. It was a stressful environment, especially in a hospital setting. Lots of dangers as well. Had to wear a slash-proof vest. What did you do in healthcare that you had to wear protective gear? Crazy. I recently went to college placement, or took a college placement test. I scored higher than I ever got in school. All this work I've done over the years, learning programming and making spreadsheets for economy games, apparently taught me college level statistics, math 243 at my college. That's so cool. I love when people learn stuff that would otherwise be taught in higher education, but they learn it on their own. There's something kind of cool about that. I know not everybody's capable of doing that, and organized education, institutional education, still important for a lot of us. Some of us do have the gumption and the guts, especially if you find the way to make it fun and applicable to what you want to do. Then it really sticks, and you can do it on your own. You can, yeah. Sent a link to the website for the group, and you. Thank you very much. Sometimes I have skills, sometimes I meme. That's a good summary of what your channel is. Skills and memes. Memeing is good too. Botha kicked everyone's ass like the god gamer she is. I worked security. Oh wow. Paladins like me gotta help protect people. I love that. That seems like a good fit for you. Even if it's not what you're doing right now, I appreciate that you had that season in your life. Yeah. Anyway, yes, welcome, Raiders. Sorry, I had to take a moment to catch up with my brain, make sure that I was caught up on 4 different chats. If you're new to the channel, I catch up on 4 different chats because we're streaming to 4 different streaming platforms right now. Yes, it's true. We are live on YouTube as a streamer, youtube.com/DamianHalme, and working toward partnership. Hopefully, by the end of this year, we will have all of the partnership milestones unlocked, thanks to your watch hours. We're also live on Twitch, as well as kick.com. If you have a kick.com profile, you don't have to watch me there. I've got the right amount of watch metrics for affiliate, but I don't have the follower count. So go and follow me there, or make a free kick.com profile and follow me that way. And we're also live on Instagram as well. If you are curious how somebody can do a live stream where we're doing portrait mode on YouTube and Twitch and doing a vertical mode on Instagram that does not do portrait mode very well, watch my stream and figure it out. You'll see. So every night we do 4 different streams at the same time. We do 5-hour streams across all platforms except Instagram, which locks us in at the 4-hour mark. Why does Instagram only allow 4-hour live streams? I don't know. Go find Daddy Zuckerberg and poke him about that, so maybe we can get a little bit of extra watch hours. I stream Wednesdays where we do deep dive discourse content. Tonight we're talking about pseudo-intellectualism, people that we have followed previously that turned out to be false prophets, grifters, folks looking to create an online business out of sounding smart, being honey-tongued, and knowing a few scientific terms and using them loosely to sway you as their viewer to follow their ideology and maybe radicalize you toward their political agenda or whatever agenda it is that they're searching to do. That's what we're talking about tonight. Saturdays and Sundays, we also stream over the weekend. Saturdays, we're doing puzzle games. Right now, we're in the Myst franchise of games. If you have any nostalgia based on that, we have everything saved on YouTube playlists. You can rewatch old streams there. And Sundays, we're doing retro games. Since the beginning of the year, we've been playing through the Mother series of games for produced by Nintendo. So we went through Mother 1, Earthbound. We're on Mother 3 right now, and we'll probably be playing more games that are spiritual successors to the Mother franchise, like Omori and Undertale, to bring it all into, you know, one big universe, metaverse. Have you ever done any of the Zachtronics games for your puzzle streams? I have never heard of Zachtronics. Please expand. Sorry, I missed what game you were playing. Let me give you a... this is gonna take just a second. Cute. Very cute. Yeah. The Myst games, I will say, for all the nostalgia that old school puzzle gamers have, if you're a puzzle gamer that goes all the way back to the 90s, if you were alive back in that era, I will say I get it. We've played through a Myst 4, and then we went backwards and we did the Riven remake that just came out this summer. So we just finished Riven twice because we played the old Riven earlier on in the year. I will say the lore of those games is amazing. It's great. I get why everybody loves and knows the Myst series of games, what they love about it. I couldn't think of a better mythos to create a puzzle game franchise off of. They did a really great job. It's so artistic, and it has such a deep ambiance to all of the worlds. They don't feel like they're theme parky. They do feel like they all exist in one sort of vibe, right? The music, the acting with the live actors, it all lives in a very specific universe, and I love that. But for people to say that Myst was iconic as a puzzle game series, they fall short of the mark significantly. I feel like most of the Myst games, the majority of them, are bad at being puzzle games and are much better at being Easter egg hunt games. And they don't purport that, and I think a lot of people who talk about them in nostalgic sense don't realize how much time they spent just searching around, clicking on random parts of the screen, hoping that they'd find something in the bushes, testing and trying things that were not quite puzzles. They were just oddities that you would brute force click your way through until you figured out exactly what to do. A significant amount of Myst is just click and find out, or search around, look through, do a little bit of pixel hunting. Not actual pixel hunting, but lots of hunting around for secrets and scientific experimentation with the world. Unmarked levers, unmarked buttons that they just invite you to sort of explore and soak up. That's not a puzzle game per se. It's just a game where they just want you to spend a significant amount of time in the game enjoying the ambiance and the graphics and everything for the era that it came out in, and wasting a lot of time doing useless motions, clicking things that don't result in an answer, trying things that don't work, looking in places that there's nothing. They don't want you to have the quick answers to stuff. Yeah. I wish it was a better series in that regard, but the lore is so good. I'm actually quite glad that we're playing the Myst series, to be honest. Yeah. You gonna sleep in a bit? So what I do on my streaming nights since the little started kindergarten is I go to sleep after the girls go to sleep. We put them to bed. We start the bed routine around the 6 p.m. time frame. And by the time they're fully wound down, have stopped asking for water and another bedtime story and all that sort of stuff, then I do my wind down routine. I go do my humaning stuff, as Sambatha would say. I go do human stuff. I do my human stuff. I go lie down. I get some small sleep. and then I wake up to do this stream, and I go back to sleep for a small nap before we wake the kids up and we get the little ready for kindergarten. So I don't sleep again for another, let's see, locally right now it's 1:30 a.m. I won't sleep until 4 a.m. So yeah, I'm not going to sleep anytime soon. Noticing the stream is going to end fills you up with determination. What does that mean? I don't get determined. By the end of my stream, all I want to do is take my other half of my sleep. It's not a half. I do like 2/3 before stream and 1/3 after stream. Does that make sense? Yeah. I stopped listening to my call to the void. Hi, Stuart. How's everything? Good to see you. No game today. Interesting. We're getting to doing some just basic Final Fantasy, just dailies content. But we've been engaged in chat for so long. Just vibing. We're vibing tonight. The Final Fantasy music is actually playing in the background. For those of you that recognize Dawn Trail music, it's already it's loaded and good to go. But we've had a good chat so far. Zachtronics makes puzzle games that are somewhat educational, teach the basic of logic and automation, as well as a bit of whatever field they're drawing from. How amazing. Space Chem is molecular chemistry. Opus Magnum is based on real European alchemy. What? Shenzhen IO is genuine electrical engineering / troubleshooting. Just to name a few, all of them are approachable from the perspective of total ignorance as well. I've never heard of these games before. That sounds wild. It sounds like somebody really thought if we just make these into a game, we could sneak in some real life applied learning, things that would be important, critical for certain jobs, for certain career paths, and maybe we just make it so fun that kids don't even realize they're learning. They're just having a good time. Were they fun games, or did they feel kind of dry and academic? I'm curious about that. Yeah. So where we last left off, now that I'm caught up with chat, we were talking about IDW and my path to I don't know, not trying not to be radicalized while at the same time being pulled away by these guys specifically. So let's get past origin, talk more about membership, just who ended up being here. Yeah. Before clocks were commonly available, people would sleep, do some stuff in the middle of the night, including church, then sleep again as the norm. That's what I'm doing right now. It's called biphasic sleep in modern terms. I don't know what it was called back in medieval times, but that is literally what I'm doing. But I only do it 3 nights a week. The other 4 nights a week I do consolidated sleep. So honestly, it's really not that bad. It's not as bad as you might think to get stints of sleep and have long stints of wake up time in between or in the middle. I'm living it, and I haven't had adverse reaction to it yet. Ask me in a month or two if I feel like I'm dying inside or not. But so far it feels reasonable. It feels reasonable to live through this experience, and so far I'm coming out okay. Yeah. Just saw the new Alien movie and can say as a fan of the movies that it does some cool, interesting things while staying true to the feel of the original two. Ooh, interesting. I think I missed one after. Wasn't there a movie between this release and Prometheus? At least one movie, maybe more. I don't know. I'm so out of the loop. We almost can't get to movie theaters, and it's expensive. So we try to do more entertainment that's on the free side of things. But I do love that franchise. I played all 3 of those and loved them all. Nice. It's how we commonly lived for thousands of years, apparently. Right? Yeah. As I understand it, biphasic sleep is a thing, and I'm trying it out, so I'll let you all know. At least my perspective. Obviously, just one content creator telling you, go do biphasic sleep. It's not enough, you know. Maybe it's not for you, and maybe more people need to hop on the bandwagon and share their own experiences. But for me, sleeping a bit, waking up and being active. For me, being active, I'm just sitting in a chair and talking with you all, and we haven't even popped into a game yet, but like it's manageable. I go back to sleep again after we're done with the stream. I get a little bit more sleep. Sometimes lately too, after we send the little off to kindergarten, we turn on a little show, just a little bit of screen time for the tiny, because she's still not in school, and I get just a smidgen, little bit of extra nap there too, and it basically gets me through the day pretty well. Yeah, until the next night comes. It's good stuff. Prometheus was an oddity for the franchise. I felt like it did a fairly good job though. You know, it was captivating. It might have been confusing for some people. I know it got some flack, but I don't think it went astray so bad. I feel like Aliens and Alien 3 were more confusing or worse maybe to the franchise than Prometheus was. And people exonerate them, I think, out of nostalgia, honestly. I think Aliens did okay as a successor to Alien, but it took the movie away from the real panic and dread of not having enough resources to survive, because it threw too many resources and then tried to show that, you know, even a lot of resources wasn't enough to really battle the threat. But Aliens ramped up too fast. It made things too super and too extreme too fast, whereas Alien did a really good job of feeling much more like a survival horror. Aliens wasn't there. Aliens, and then the third one was a blemish. 4 was just, it was weird, but it was kind of kitsch, and I think a lot of people like it because you know, it's like a Whedonverse sort of thing. Yeah. Called Alien Romulus, and it is set between Alien and Aliens. Oh, okay, nice. So it's a sort of, not a prequel, but throwback. I physically can't sleep for more than 5 hours. You want to expand on that? I'm curious. Most people, you know, usually prefer or say that the healthy way to go is like 7 to 8 hours. So what is it with you? What's the 5 hour cap? What happens? What happens at 5 hours? After the army, 4 to 6 hours a night is my norm. Sometimes I need to go back to sleep after breakfast to make it through the day. Interesting. I wonder if you two both have some similar backgrounds. Like, why so short? That feels like a short amount. That's about what I end up getting on a day-to-day basis, but I'm also doing like a massive hustle because I'm trying this weird, and we've shared this on stream a number of times, where right now I have like day job that fills in a huge chunk of my day, and I want to go content creator a massive amount of my week and do videos, you know, VODs, live streams, shorts, the whole shebang, and be across social media and monetize and do that as my career and create this culture, this enculturation with all of you, create this cultural movement. But the money gap between those two involves some significant something, right? Something needs to jump in, or there's no way to take 1 foot out of one pool and completely dive into the other unless you come from some insane means, like your family can float you through the hard times, or you've had a very austere life for a few years where you've been able to save up a massive amount of savings. Well, as a parent, we can't just live in austerity, right? Our kids have certain needs, especially the younger you are. You only have a childhood once, and we're trying to make sure that their childhood is well funded. So it's harder for me to make that jump. And so I spend most of my time awake to try to make that transition happen, make that move from day job employee to full-time content creator happen with basically bootstrapping, right? I don't have a financier. I don't come from a rich family that can float me through this. I have to find a way to do it on my own. And so sleep deprivation is helping me on that journey. Speaking of sleep, I think I'm ready to pass out. Gavin, thank you so much for being part of this community. You're my second favorite goblin in the entire world, and we really enjoy having you here. Thank you. Prey was a nice return to form for the Predator franchise. Which one was Prey? Maybe that's the one that I missed. Or is that the most recent one? I won't sleep at all if I don't medicate. I'll go for days, then just crash for like 12 hours and then do it again. I've heard some people do some really radical sleep schedules. I know yours is kind of more on a medical basis, but I know some people deliberately... Let me just put this away again for a bit because I know we're not talking about this right this moment. I know some people deliberately do like X number of hours on, X number of hours off, and it's not like, you know, the traditional 8 hours of sleep and then the rest is awake time. I think XKCD, the webcomic, talked about somebody doing like a weird so many hours on with productivity and sleep, and it was like cyclical through. It didn't match up a 24-hour day, and so over the course of a month, sometimes you're awake all nights, only at night, and only a day at different times. It was just like radical to think of that it could be that way, but it got me thinking that you know, shy of raising kids, which is very regimented, unfortunately, that I would like to do something like that at some point in my life. A lot of folks I know worked at hospitals do that. True. Prey was Native American in colonial America. Oh, I've heard of this game. I borrowed this game from a friend and never installed it because distracted, never got around to it. It's on Hulu now? Oh, they made it into a show? Interesting. No. Isn't this also a game? Look this up. Help me do a research on this. I swear, you say Prey and Native American. I swear this was also a game. Tell me I'm wrong. Or are they different? Now I'm curious. Are they two different things? It was like 2 weeks super heavy, then 2 weeks mostly off, if memory serves. Maybe. Yeah, wild. Prey and Native American is a game, but there's also a Hulu show. Are they related? Are they different IP? Or what? Prey with a guy in a space station is a reboot game. Rebooted. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, shall we? Whoa. Brave. There we go. I haven't mentioned this in some time, but starting in 2024, I partnered with Brave, the web browser, and I'm one of its verified content creators. If you use the Brave web browser, or if you're interested in finding a browser that's more suited for your particular work, Brave is an open source Chromium based web browser that specializes in privacy, if that is your motive, keeping the cookies low, the tracking low, and even has its own built-in Tor capabilities. It's the browser that I use that you see pop up on stream a lot of times, and you can opt in to have pop-up advertisements while you're doing your browsing. Why the hell would you do pop-up browsing advertisements on a web browser ever? The answer is you can actually devote the ad revenue that you get from being exposed to advertisements to a content creator, and I am among those verified content creators. If you're curious, you can type !Brave in the Twitch stream. I think that's the only channel I have the Brave command working in currently. But yeah, that's a thing that I actually did because I really appreciate their project almost as much as I appreciated Firefox when it first came on the scene. And I still use Firefox to some degree on for different things, but I also use the Brave browser. I like them both for different things. Prey with the Gun Space Station is a reboot game. Prey movie on Hulu is part of the Predator movies. Oh, all named Prey. The Prey you're looking at is the new game that rebooted the old Prey game. Interesting. Does it have audio? It has audio, but it's not playing for you guys. I'll just mute it. Interesting. So this is just revamped from the original. I never played the original Prey. This is the original Prey was the one I think I borrowed from my friend. And I mean, this looks like a reboot. It looks like a game that was reskinned and made pretty. I heard really good things. But okay, so there's also a Prey movie. Part of Predator, but not Alien. 2022. Oh, movie for free online. Why is everything? I wasn't looking. I was looking for information, not for watch this online for free. I guess I'm wrong. What are you wrong about? Endangerment. Prey is a 2022 American science fiction film in the Predator franchise, the 5th film in the mainline series, the 7th in the overall franchise. It's a prequel to the first 4 films. Oh. Set in the northern Great Plains in 1719. Interesting. Directed by Dan Trachtenberg and written by Patrick Eisen. It stars Amber Midthumer, Dakota Beavers, Dane DeLiegro, Michelle Thrush, Stormy Keep, etc., etc., etc. A young Comanche woman, Naru, who strives to prove herself as a hunter. She finds herself having to protect her people from a vicious humanoid alien that hunts humans for sport, as well as from French fur traders who are destroying the buffalo they rely on for survival. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Old Prey game, Native American, gets abducted by aliens, gets superpowers, basically becomes God, if I recall. Huh. All right. Oh, good stuff. The Prey movie was good. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check both out. I borrowed that game because my friend said, you really need to play this. It's really good. And I never did. But I liked the Predator movies that I've seen so far. I'd be curious to see this one too. Especially since it's newer. Hopefully they've learned some stuff. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to go back into this topic again when I come back. We might actually play some games later tonight too. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the great conversation that we've had so far. I just need to take a quick AFK. Be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
I'm a former
I'm a
Sioux.
former Sioux.
Yeah,
Ugh.
former head chef.
I'm Yeti.
I'm Yeti.
Dorothy Miller, how about Cool Dentax? The paste provides exceptionally white teeth.
No, she would rather pass.
Dorothy Miller, can you hold my camera so I can pee?
Oh, went up to a 3.
Dorothy Miller there.
Oh shit, there should have...
4. 7.
Mars, why did you emote what you did? I actually don't know how to get my horse back up now.
Could she need for something?
I'm not sure what she needs right now. Oh, your emotes can predict the future.
$135. Thank you for your contribution to the Book of Crow and the religion.
What's their name?
Book of Crow.
I'm sorry, what?
Book of Crow, you say?
Rose Thompson.
Yes.
Yeah, Book of Crow. Have you read it?
I have not. I'm very, very new to this area.
Ah.
Are you a woman of God?
I'm sorry?
Are you a woman of God?
I was raised to be, yes.
Yeah, it's looking pretty
We
bad
are men
for
and
us.
women of Lucifer. So, I want you to give that book a look after we leave. And if you want to find us, we will be in Innsbruck if you have any questions.
They're in Annisburg. Interesting.
That's true. Is this the path?
This is the way.
Tetras? Tetras are your favorite type of fish? Oh, that's cute. I like tetras. Jam says, happy Enshrouded Tuesday. Is today Tuesday for you? Wait. Where are we at on the date line?
They have...
It can only be Wednesday or Thursday for you, can't it? And you should vote for him because he's so great. What? Did I forgot my water? Hang on. I'm going to get my proper water because it's been a long time and I haven't had it on stream. So let's go to a BRB screen and let me properly hydrate. Wait, did somebody clip me going to AFK on another stream so that it would show up on the clip show where we're watching a stream on the clip show while I'm AFK and that clip goes AFK and pulls up its own little clip show? That's some Inception shit right there. Well done, whoever clipped that. I don't know if I'll leave it in my clip library, but that's a well played. Well played. All right. What were we talking about here? Meta AFK clipping, right? Then somebody clips me like going AFK and bringing up that clip specifically so that we can go even deeper dive. We'll just have like babushka dolls. Just hid all the food and drinks so the little doesn't eat before her appointment. Ah, smart. I packed up things to keep me occupied while it's going on, so now I'm going to bed. No school for her tomorrow, but she does get to do the Pledge of Allegiance for the Board of Education meeting. That's a... What? I'm curious. I have questions. Go to bed. Have a great night. It's just really interesting. Do you have to perform the Pledge of Allegiance for somebody? Is the Board of Education, is that a local thing or is that national? Why do you need to know the pledge to give? What greater good does it prove that a student can do that? Since we're talking about stuff that's important or not important for a student to learn. Makes me curious. Anyway, sleep well. Don't die. I'll see you in the next one. Right. So membership and ideology. This is where I started to go down the rabbit hole with pseudo-intellectuals here. So in addition to identity politics, issues of concern to the IDW, and I get this, identity politics I super get. Why would you ever look at somebody and say, because of where you come from, because of who you are, your ethnicity, your background, your socioeconomic status, the things that you say are more important or less important? And I feel like the right was starting to play with this a little bit and started to pull away. The left played with this kind of deeply in like the mid-2010s and started to pull away. It was dangerous. It's dangerous to say you have more validity based on who you are or where your family came from. You can join this round table, but you can't join that one. That kind of thing. Identity politics is very dangerous. To say that anybody's lived experience or background was better than somebody else's was bullshit. Now, if you're citing studies, you're making claims based on facts or well-developed lines of research. That's different. That's also well outside of basing identity. To say that person's a scientist and you're following their scientific study, that's an identity. That's not, that's just education, research, critical thinking, hopefully not funded to come up with a specific result. Yeah. They asked the kindergartners to come to the Board of Education to do the pledge before their meeting. They get a flag and another gift out of it, apparently. Okay. Interesting. I don't feel like learning the pledge is negative, but I also feel like it serves no purpose. Adults don't pledge allegiance to the flag ever. when I was a kid, I went to a staunch fundamentalist Christian school. We had to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. We had to pledge allegiance to the Christian flag. It was, if I recall correctly, a cross on a white background. I forget the color of the cross. It was on a white flag. And we had to pledge allegiance to the Bible itself. And each one had its own separate pledge memorization. So we had 3 pledges to do. And we did that at the start of class every single morning at every grade level while I was attending that elementary school. Today, I don't use any of those 3 pledges, and I don't particularly ally with any of those 3 concepts. No. Identity politics and intersectionality terrified me when I first started hearing about them from both sides. It just started to sounded like socially acceptable racism to me. Exactly. 100%. The moment you look at somebody's background, ethnicity, family heritage, or life experiences and believe you know something about them, that you're able to predict other components about their personality without them sharing that information with you, you're wrong. You're already wrong. I've shared this a number of times on stream, but you can't even put 2 siblings together who grew up under the same sociopolitical policies, same parenthood, same background, ethnic relation to the country that they live in, and those 2 siblings won't share everything in common. So if you can't predict in the most nuclear tribalism of a family that you can't predict the outcomes of those children, then there's no way you can expand that to a greater population. Yeah, not a chance. So, besides identity politics, issues of concern to the IDW include postmodernism. This is where I think I was drawn in, was the postmodernist ideology, and cultural Marxism, which I thought being that they were sort of negative or antagonistic to. But I thought the idea of looking at postmodernism was interesting to me. Not least of which there was a lot of like vapid and emptiness about the movement that maybe they were trying to challenge and produce a better outcome for humanity than sort of relativist ideology. But I didn't see much talk about cultural Marxism. Perceived as contributing more relativism and the suppression of free speech. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. I appreciate that morality is much less than relative and that free speech ought to be as full as it can be. Not because I feel like good ideas come from it. I feel like free speech needs to be free because most people need to be held to task for their bullshittery. Yeah. Ads are back. Sorry, Armand. I'd love to get you a gift sub. Or if you're on Prime, you can always do a Prime sub. This is true. I wish you could gift Prime subs. Wouldn't that be nice? I know it's only 1 per month, but that'd be a cool idea. Twitch, if you're listening, make Prime subs giftable. According to Weiss, I think this meant Eric Weiss, because there's also a Brett Weiss. The IDW comprised a loose affiliation of individuals who have cultivated audiences outside traditional mainstream media. That I can appreciate, because mainstream media has its own agendas, right? If you're in mainstream media, you're trying to create worth and value for shareholders. However, if you are outside of mainstream media, you are still grifting to make money. And this is what I didn't feel like I understood well enough when I fell down this rabbit hole. I thought coming into these communities, into these content creators, that I was watching people that really were exclusively caring about the future of humankind. And then as time progressed, it dawned on me, these people are also running a business, and they are no different than mainstream media in that they have agendas of their own to continue to propagate and grow their own ideologies. And that's where I have to differ from that. Like, yes, I am trying to grow a content creator platform as well, but I refuse to shift the ideological stance that we stand on, the why behind this business model, in order to make that growth happen. I'll do other stuff. You know, we'll incorporate like gaming and fun and education and weirdness. You know, we'll do other. I can manage growth in other platforms than messing with the ideology beneath what we're founded upon. Managed to read most of your captions, so I'm good. I love that. Wonderful. See, this is why I'm glad that even though this thing doesn't work terrifically, it does something. It's serviceable for now until I find a better replacement. Yeah. Yeah. Sources differ from the nature of the IDW, with some describing its members as small L liberals and others as reactionaries and ideologically diverse. Reactionaries, I think, is probably the biggest thing. The number one reason why I think Eric Weiss... Oh, Weiss? Oh, Weiss isn't Weinstein. That's a different person. Who is Weiss? Oh, the New York Times editor. The guy that wrote the fluff piece on these guys, right? The reason why I think Weinstein gathered these people together is because they all were reactionary to something that was edified in culture. And at the time, it seemed like edification in culture was leading toward this ideology from both sides about how morals should be dictated from an external source, how free speech should be dictated, and especially how identity sits upon our shoulders and guides our navigation, that we have very little individualist thought. We're not a bunch of people all having our own separate experiences. We're part of greater tribes, and those tribes are meaningful. And I agree with the basis of that in the IDW. Where I fell short of following this movement is they just started to all become grifters for different directions. Just going through like intellectual dark web on YouTube as an example. Joe Rogan obviously started to go a little bit more to the right, even though when he was earlier on with the Joe Rogan Experience, he was kind of just his own being. He wasn't very political. And people would try to make him political. Dave Rubin came on his show and talked about reducing political regulations on businesses, that we shouldn't be so regulated. We should let businesses run as a free market capitalist as possible. And Joe Rogan, who had previously worked in construction, said, no, like, for example, in construction, that's really bad because construction companies will always default to the least amount of regulation as they can get away with. And then you have really dangerous buildings and houses built up because they're always trying to cut back on costs as much as possible. And the more he did his own show, and especially when he got bought by Spotify, we started to see a lot more guests from the far right come out. He had like Alex Jones and Roseanne Barr and a bunch of other people pushing him in one direction, because I think that's where they saw the demographics, the money starting to come in, right? A lot of questions on who the intellectual dark web is. Sam Harris has been on a number of shows. For a long time, he started to purport deeper and deeper passionate destruction of Islam as a religious cultural movement, and all the reasons why he was very much against just Islam as a religion. I get that there are problems with any religious extremists, especially ones who commit any sort of violence on other countries or on each other or on themselves. But his reductionist ideology of what Islam was pretty insane for the time being, especially given his background is in something with neurology and the brain. He's basically a scientist of biology first and foremost, and to seek him out for things in terms of macro religion didn't seem accurate for a while. I watched a few interviews with Eric Weinstein himself. He doesn't really seem like the guy who knows as much what he's talking about as he wants to lump himself with other people who have ideas as far as revolutionary thought and challenging the status quo. He studied mathematics. He had an idea that sort of circumvented or broke traditional mathematic theory and wrote a thesis about it. He might have even had some negative interactions with academia that led him to be sort of revolutionary against that. But when you hear him talk, I don't think that he necessarily says anything controversial or pushing. I know a lot of folks put both Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson into this mix. They're both so conservative and care so much about religion as a background, as sort of a backbone of culture, that it seems weird that they would be put in a group of revolutionaries. They do think, but they also try not to think if it challenges their cultural background that they want to push. And they find ways to incorporate that as the solution to a lot of their answers, right? If they can help it. Peterson will try for Judeo-Christianity as a whole, and Ben Shapiro a little bit more bent towards Judaism specifically. But they try to use those as the skeleton key to solving the modern problems of our era, as though the problems that we have are because we're straying away from tradition, which prove it. Right? If you're going to say that, get some proof. Don't just do correlations. Armand says the arguments aren't necessarily bad faith and can be useful, but the interpretations and directions of the content creators were taking everything eventually wore me out and I stopped listening. The interpretations and direction of the content creators were taking. Yeah, I think that was part of it. There was a lot of outrage among these creators. They were so angry at extant systems and were so adamant that we needed some sort of cultural revolution and or return to basic principles that were maybe guided by theology or something, that they spend a lot of their time pontificating on things that didn't have a clear solution, and the adoption of going like backwards or down to roots wasn't probably a good answer. That I feel like a lot of them fell short. And over time, as we started to do more fact checking on some of the claims that they made, I think we started to realize that a lot of these folks were really good at sounding smart when they spoke, but weren't necessarily basing their arguments on strong ideology or ideology that could stand the scrutiny of millions fact checking them, right? Fun fact about political correctness: by the time the US government hears about anything PC, reviews it, and distributes it, the briefings I got on how to be PC in the Army had already been labeled problematic online. Online world moves really fast, yeah. Political bureaucracy, not so much. Culture was literally shifting faster than the bureaucracy could keep up. And I feel like that's still the case, right? It's still the case that we're culturally shifting rather quickly. The internet moves fast. Things go through fads very quickly. We just we live in a world where it's hard to be as agile as we need to be, and so we all do the best we can. But we also need to understand that being terminally online and being in politics and leading a government, they're going to be different paces no matter what, right? Shifting from just doom scrolling through all of these folks that they're all like years old content, or they're just retrospective. Some of these are only like a year old or so, but they don't go back that far. As far as, or I'm sorry, actual content doesn't come up as modern. So we could go through this, but this is starting to feel like we're going into forensics. we do come up upon these guys here, Rebel Wisdom. And this is where I started to dive a little bit further, because these are folks who created channels specifically to follow ideologues and pseudo-intellectuals and come up with some sort of solution for greater humanity. Rebel Wisdom was one of those. This was a guy who used to work for Channel 4 in the UK, and since branched off to do his own sort of weird, he's got like the Illuminati triangle there. He's trying to sort of suggest that there's deeper movements and maybe conspiracies and unseen forces guiding us awry, and how do we break out of that? How do we outthink the systems that exist? Another one that I saw that was doing something similar to this, I tried to mention by name the other day, but I got their name wrong. I was like, they were Stoics or something like that. It wasn't that. They were called the Stoa, and they would get together in these mass Zoom meetings, and they get somebody in with them who is particularly new agey or deeply philosophical. And I found them through the same sort of chain. I felt like I wasn't being radicalized to the far left anymore, but at the same time, what I was finding was, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier on in tonight's stream, that people were just not thinking in terms of the basic human experience. These are all folks who have crazy means. They make crazy money. Some of them didn't have to work in their life. They're trust fund kids or come from multi-generational wealth, and they can just sit here and pontificate about the things that maybe life needs to adopt, cultures need to strive toward. Humanity should remove certain shackles and don new cultural movements, new game play to try to work toward a different goal. And when you listen to them, for all of the freedom they have, because they don't have to hustle, they're not wearing a fast food employee uniform and covered in grease while they're trying to talk about, well, this is what I think needs to happen to the world. These come from insane levels of privilege. And when you listen to them and you go, for all of your privilege, for all of your freedom that you have, what do you have for us then? Right? You're free from the burdens of survival. What can you help us do? It's so much circle jerking. It's so empty and vapid what they ultimately come up with. Yeah. Currently debating between quick and easy snacky food or effort requiring but more filling food. I don't know. The time it is. If I were you looking at the time in PNW, I would do quick and snacky. I wouldn't start cooking something deeper requirements, but that's just because I have more spoons when the sun is up. Pick a number between 1 and 10. Well, I gave you my opinion, but I will pick the number 4 for funsies. Yeah. So yeah, and then through the Stoa and through some of these groups, I also found this guy who is the epitome of what I decided I would ultimately eject me from this movement, and where I think created where I wanted to go building my own content, my own brand. And that was this guy. He won't have his own YouTube channel. He doesn't even have a lot of personal socials, but it's this guy Daniel Schmachtenberger. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He hasn't always had this super long white beard, but I think the top algorithm stuff seems to like him with the beard. I think in a number. Yeah. So if you look at the Lex Friedman podcast that got him, he's got like no beard. He just runs with some stubble or whatever, right? But people seem to like guru version of Daniel. 1 is snacky, 5 is ice cream, 10 is effort but real food. So snacky dessert equals cheesecake. Oh, it sounds good. Sounds good. When I went down the rabbit hole listening to this guy, this was probably like the most epic, thoughtful, rational, deep thinking, philosophical people of the internet that I watched when I started, going down this rabbit hole really, really deep. Maybe the most impactful for me for a stint of my life, for a season of my life. I don't list him as personal heroes on any of my bios online. I don't mention him anymore, and that's because I red pilled out of his sphere of influence so fast. I was watching some interview with him while he was on the couch in his house, and I don't know if there's any footage of him there anymore. He lives in this posh ass house, and so you think, oh, this guy's like a really well made, like he's worked hard and made himself good money, and now he's sitting and thinking about greater aspirations for humankind. He succeeded in career and studies and all that sort of thing. This guy is just a rich ass dude who grew up. He was homeschooled by his parents, who were also rich ass dudes, and he didn't ever have to work. He just did a bunch of self-study after his homeschooling was done, and he gets paid by his parents to stay at home and continue to study or think about the world. That's what he does. His life is just dedicated to sitting in his living room and thinking about how could the world be better. But he doesn't have any lived experience. He doesn't know blue collar life. He doesn't know life of poverty or what's the word I'm looking for? Scarcity. He doesn't understand scarcity whatsoever. And so his ideologies are, we live in this one game theory of humankind, and he's got a whole different game theory that's all about collaboration, everybody coming together. But he has no concepts of how to make things happen in the real world. And when you hear him talk, he says so many words and they sound so pretty and philosophical, and he doesn't say anything. With as many words as he shares, it doesn't get anything across. You know what I mean? That's when I really started to break away from trying to follow intellectuals online and start to move toward, how could I teach better concepts? How could I build a community where nobody's allowed to just say empty things? We fact check each other. We hold each other accountable. We criticize and critique ideas that come up. We try to understand the motivations of anything that we disagree with. Like, okay, if that person's really antagonistic to you in your worldview, do they have at least a good reason why? Or what is the reason why? And if it's a particularly bad reason, how do we measure the badness? We don't just say, oh, they're evil, they're an awful person. Most people aren't evil. Most people just have different motivations from each other. So what makes somebody's idea feel so wrong to you? And why might it be poor service after all and create more suffering if it was engaged with? That's where I'm trying to go with my community. Anyway, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Armored Skeptic. I used to watch Armored Skeptic too. I was trying to remember his name. Watched him too. Now I just watch Shoes meme videos. That's fair. Interesting news, by the way. I got my first customer buying a print I've painted. Nice. Amazing. Stuart is a multifaceted artist, has been featured in a number of my first YouTube videos from 10 years ago, and created the majority of backdrop art that's featured behind me in the live stream. So I wish I could guide people to a website where they could find your stuff and buy and support you as an artist, but Stuart doesn't do those kind of things. He's just awesome like that. Well-read but inexperienced? Yes. That is a great number of pseudo-intellectuals that I found online through my own personal research, is folks that are so well-read, so educated, so smart. They know the world through academia or through their own self-study of academia, I should say, more often than not. But they've never had to like flip a burger or degrease a pan or, you know, sweep a lobby after all the customers are gone. They've never had an angry retail customer shout at them, veins bulging out of their forehead, saying that they're gonna, you know, get them fired for their whatever they're mad about. When you've had those sort of experiences, I feel like you have a different understanding and philosophy of the greater world. You know what I mean? I actually found a script from one of those videos we did and I've finally made an Instagram. Stuart's moving on up. Hey, if you need assistance building your brand up, let me know. I don't have a lot of time these days, obviously, but I do have a lot of care. And the more different vectors of other people, of my friends and family, basically family, found family, who are successful as well, the more chances I have of my own personal success. So, you know, it's like it's a personal investment and an investment in you at the same time. So let's talk. I've been here the whole time while we've been streaming, enjoying Tuliola's beautiful harbors while chatting with all of you. And drinking soup. Whenever somebody says do a triple self-care, I've been drinking soup. It's true. Thank you for also being on Instagram and YouTube, Stuart. Especially of all of them, YouTube. Because, damn, them watch hour requirements are high. And if you missed it earlier, I mentioned my YouTube watch hours are being deleted. I don't know if that's that they look at everybody's individual IPs and they're like, you watched for 24 hours? You watched this guy for 24 hours? No, you didn't. You watched him for maybe 5, but you probably weren't active, or we noticed there was like an idle signal that was sent by your machine, or whatever it happens to be. For all of the watch hours that I'm gathering from everybody, I see what the raw number is. It comes in daily. I don't mind sharing this kind of information because I think it's important if anybody else wants to be a YouTube content creator. I see the watch hours come in daily, and they come in at what I consider a nice number, a number that I find, you know, surprising. I try and I think what I want to do is be a content creator, but then when I see how many people are actually engaged with my content, I get imposter syndrome, and I'm like, well, no, not me. People should probably watch literally anybody else on the internet but me. And yet, I see the watch hours come in. They're very humbling and lovely, and I super appreciate it. I'm extremely grateful at the amount of engagement. But in maybe a week's time, maybe 6 to 10 days, I'll say, because it's pretty variable from week to week how far back they go. Those numbers get edited away, not up or down, just down. So a number of hours are removed, upwards of maybe 50 to 100 watch hours per day get edited and taken away. And so the metrics toward working toward partnership for me are excruciatingly difficult to track, because I just never know what it's going to be tomorrow when other numbers get edited away. This is on top of the fact that the watch hours requirement for partnership is a rolling 365 days. So I'm also looking at 364 days backwards in time, and I see how many watch hours I had that day, because I know that day's worth of watch hours are going to be deleted tomorrow when it rolls over to the new 365 days. So every 365 day bracket, I'm losing old watch hours and then gaining another day's worth of watch hours, and then also watching 6 to 10 days ago's worth of watch hours get adjusted downward. For whatever reason, I looked all over. I scoured the internet, YouTube help articles, other content creators, does anybody know what they do when they move your watch hours around? They don't know. They don't know. The only thing that they say in the help articles and what some people say online as content creators is they will say the watch hours may change if they determine that some of those watch hours were on unlisted or private videos. You all don't have access to my unlisted and private videos, so I know you're not watching those. I know those aren't what you're contributing watch hours to, because you don't have those links. And if you did, there's only a handful of those that I've unlisted or privatized or never published overtly. I would see the views and watch hours for the metrics of those specific videos go up. I could track those metrics, and that's not that. So what is it? You tell me. I have no idea. Yeah. I actually found a script on one of those videos we did. Oh, you already said that. I have you on, or I already read that. Sorry. I have you on 3 screens right now. You're the best. I super appreciate you, especially for the YouTube part. Thank you. My minimum wage journey has included theme park janitor, security at a UPS. Interesting. Keeping employees honest. That's kind of cool. And gas station cleaner and fuel pumper. Oh, you live somewhere where they do pumping for other people's fuel? Where I grew up, that was the case.
Toady_Toady just subscribed.
Toady, congratulations. Somebody, some anonymous person, has stepped in and deemed you worthy of a tier 1 sub. Thanks, we love Toady. He not only is a endemic component to our Final Fantasy XIV community, but is also one of our, how would you call it? Like super fans? Can I say super fan? Is that, I hope that's not derogatory or weird. Toady likes a number of us in sort of like the Network 07 community and has followed not just me, but also my other friends and family. For those of you that don't know or are new to the stream, I am married to the streamer of Oz. Player Spotted is my brother-in-law. Simbatha is Player Spotted's partner, and therefore kind of like an in-law to me too, I feel. And Nico Crushing is essentially as close to a brother as I have outside of Spotted. and Toady seems to like all of us for some strange reason. So I super appreciate that you've given him a sub. Thank you. Your minimum wage journey is a lot more diverse than me, as I went through minimum wage jobs. Right now I'm earning more, but for a long time I was in the service industry mostly. Ooh, I can't land on this. Neat. YouTube is rude. YouTube is just weird. I don't quite understand. If only I could find the information to see what's going on there. Like, they change graphs post-mortem, and so I am confused. If only they would say, we've determined bot activity, we've determined that when people watch you through VPN or Tor, that because we can't give proper analytics to those people, we don't know who they are, that we exclude them. If only they would say something like, if people watch your channel not signed in, then we don't count those because we can't gather Google Analytics on a YouTube viewer that's not signed in. If any of that stuff was openly mentioned, I'd be like, okay, then I get it. Then I understand. That explains everything. But then why do those watch hours contribute in the beginning, but then later on don't? Well, shouldn't they be able to do better at the beginning to screen for that kind of stuff? I don't know. I don't appreciate it. Anonymous.
Infamous_agent_x just subscribed.
Welcome, everybody. I think we've got a hype train.
Magnalupus_ just subscribed.
Oh, Magna. Congratulations. More stuff's coming. It just takes the bot a while to gather all these.
Arc Jams just subscribed.
Welcome, Arc Jams.
Kale Rashital just subscribed.
Kale, our favorite immortal. And also game designer. We have a couple game designers in our community. I appreciate you guys.
Link Therif Karadai just subscribed.
Link! We haven't seen Link since last week. We like Link. I think that's everybody. I think I'm allowed to talk now. Congrats. Thank you, Anonymous, for all of those. Congrats, everybody who just got tier 1 subs. You get rewards in and outside of... Please enjoy all the rewards that are granted to you for tier 1 subbery, including being able to skip through ads on Twitch and also having access to all of my handcrafted emoji. If you're looking for something that you would love to see in our community that's not there...
Registered Fangirl just subscribed.
Fangirl gets a level 2 sub. Fangirl. Fangirl is a hard-working being, one of the best nurses I know, and well-deserving of tier 2. Congratulations. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here, and a special thank you to the anonymous gifter for giving everybody such a great experience in channel. What I was going to say is, if you are looking for a specific sub that is not presented in my grouping of emoji. If you're looking for a specific emoji that's not in my emoji library, let me know. I am still working in Procreate to design some new things, and there are some emoji slots that we haven't filled out that I would love to add to our roster of my home brews there. Yes, Endangerment, we are playing games now. Took 2 hours? Probably. Oh, yeah, 3.5 it looks like. Irishman, welcome. I don't think I've ever called you Irishman. I always call you Sketchy. Either way, good morning. How's everything in your world? Good to see you. We are in a level 3 hype train. This might be the first level 3 this channel has hit, which is amazing. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate your faces. This has been a really great night of conversation. For those of you that are used to coming here and having engagement watching me play games, I appreciate that I can just literally be on camera with you and talking about topics that we've come together for, and that matters.
What's wrong, Doug?
That's another thing. I'm right as the mail.
Stuart, thank you for the triple self-care. I could use it. I feel like on these 5-hour nights, I'm still getting used to the extra hour. And so, especially the stretch breaks are really important. I am drinking soup tonight instead of water. I hope that's okay. It's a really good Thai vegetable soup with shrimp. So it's hydrating and has other content supporting me. Thank you very much. I miss shrimp. Did you have to give it up? Or what's going on? This one's not spicy. I like spicy Thai food. But this particular, if you've ever had just like a regular vegetable soup, like at most Thai restaurants, it would just be called vegetable soup. That's basically what it is. It's tasty. It's light. It's just, it's like good soul food, you know, without being anything particularly exotic, I guess. You've become allergic to shrimp? I've heard of people getting late in life allergies. Somebody told me that as soon as I moved to Georgia, I would develop an allergy to the pines here. We live in a pine forest, and during a certain portion of the spring, all of the trees around us turn neon green with spores. I mean, they're not like fully neon green. They're just like coated with a dust, right? And that stuff just like comes off with the wind and it gets everywhere. It looks like somebody was sawing through glow sticks and leaving all the dust everywhere, but like everywhere, on cars, on houses, on the sidewalks. These things, these trees jizz everywhere. And like, if you're not allergic to trees yet or anything, you're gonna turn allergic just living here. And I was like, I don't know, we'll see about that. And we're going on, this is moved in what, 2021? This is 3 years later. I'm not allergic to anything except this room. This room I'm allergic to. The rest of the house, I don't have nasal issues. But here, when I'm streaming, talking into a microphone, talking for 5 hours straight, wanting to sound my best, my throat, my nasal passages doing the best thing that they can. In this room, I have sinus issues. So I don't know what I have to do. The first thing I got to do is just go to Home Depot and buy an HVAC filter and replace the old filter and see what that does for quality of life for me, and then figure it out from there. Cheap things first. I got a hype chest. Let's open this bad boy. What happens there? I share a hello emote. Oh, that's really cute. Look at that little guy. Hi. Yeah. So what happens when you eat shrimp now? Hives? Can't breathe? I feel sad. Shrimp are so good. I'm all right getting my new PC built today. Dude, what's going to be like the first thing you want to do as soon as you have your new PC? I feel like nobody who builds a PC does so without an agenda, right? Like there's one thing that you're like, yes, and I can't wait until this can happen, or I get to play this, or I get to do this. What's your motivating factor? Menthol cough drops when I stream? I don't know. First of all, having a cough drop in my mouth, like this microphone is pretty well condensed. I can do stuff in my room. I can move things around. You can't hear it. But as soon as I get a cough drop in my mouth, it's going to be weird. Unless you just mean pop one, what, like take breaks and pop them? If I pop one, it's not going to last a full 5 hours. But I'm a little bit worried that menthol will open up my nose, my nasal passages, to even more of whatever the fuck is in this room that's making me feel sick in the first place. And I'll breathe more of it. Maybe my life expectancy will go down. Maybe my nose clogging itself up is a preventative or protective measure. I used to eat shrimp all the time, but for some reason now shrimp makes my throat itch. It makes me slightly groggy. Ooh. Oh, that's scary. Yeah, I wouldn't... Anytime any food does either of those things, like that doesn't seem right at all. That's kind of scary. Not cool. Yeah. You stay away from shrimp. There are probably other foods you could eat to have, you know, similar, I don't know, health benefits. I still eat shrimp occasionally, but I have to make sure I have a good drink to stop the itch. Maybe just don't. There are other foods out there, my dude. Firstly, christening. I'm ordering pizza, getting some whiskey, and we shall see if I can run Crisis. Nice. Good test. Secondly, ray tracing. I'm jealous. That's one thing I wish I could stream is games with ray tracing effects on. I streamed Cyberpunk for a long time, honestly, to my detriment. Last year, like I was still like thinking I wanted to build a business, but I wasn't as gung-ho as I am this year. This year I'm pushing, you know, I'm doing a lot to try to make this content creator thing take off. But last year I cared about it. I was eager. I was pushing. I had high ambition, but I wasn't doing as much as I am this year. And one thing is the Cyberpunk 2.0 content dropped, and I was like, "Oh, I love this game, and I want to stream this to see if 2.0 is good," because I felt like the 1.0 content failed pretty badly. And honestly, 2.0 made Cyberpunk into a great game. A great game. Guess what? Twitch doesn't think so. The Twitch community was like, "Oh, this guy's playing Cyberpunk? Fuck that." And I had such bad engagement. I had such low numbers. I felt like I was failing as a streamer when really what I was doing was making a community based around people watching me for a specific game, which that was part of my push in 2024 to decide I don't want to do this anymore. I've watched other streamers. I've even watched streamers that I love and know in real life pick a game and make that their identity. And I said, I refuse to let that be me. You know, whatever, if I play something and we're all vibing and we're having a good time watching me play the game, that's one thing. But I wanted to build a community that was here for my ideas, my thoughts, my personality, and had something similar going on in themselves, and that we were moving toward a greater, deeper purpose than just what the fuck game was on my screen, right? Because that can change too. I could play a game nobody likes, I could play a game everybody likes, and that's going to flux and influx different sort of people, but I don't want to hold on to any of those people just for that game. So when I'm ready to move on to something else, and some of those people then leave because they're like, oh, this guy's not playing this game anymore, well, fuck him. Good. Let those people go and let them find somebody else that's streaming for being reactionary, right? Existing for the purpose of game developers to get their shit up as a free advertisement. I'm not here to free advertise for game designers. I'm here to make the world better, to make thoughtfulness better, to make critical thinking better, and to kill pseudo-intellectualism with anyway, that all said, I played Cyberpunk last year. I had a great time doing it, and I didn't give a fuck that my numbers tanked, but then I kind of did. So I probably won't play it again on live stream, but what I really wish is that I had a computer that could do ray tracing, because I hear Cyberpunk with ray tracing is beautiful, and it's one of my favorite games that I own, even though I won't live stream it anymore. Because even though I am building a community that would be here just for me, that game was really off-putting for people to see on stream, I guess. People just really fucking hate that game. So I understood and probably won't do it again. But yeah, ray tracing is beautiful. Breathe deep with the mold and pollen. If I turn into some sort of fungal creature, have you ever seen those ants or spiders that have like a certain brain invading fungus, and it makes them like crawl to an area where they then release their spores, and the circle of this fungus happens again? Do you know what I'm talking about? I forget what they're called. Polyceps or something like that. If that starts happening to me, this is going to be a really interesting stream. See me come up all zombified and like little shoots of like fungi coming off of my skin. I just like stare at the camera and grunt, and you all are like, wait, what's happening with D? It'd be a really cool story arc until I explode into 1,000 tiny spores and cease to exist. As someone who grew up there, you're in the South, you have mold somewhere in that house. What's sad is this is one of the newest rooms. This was an add-on, so I have this feeling that the room doesn't have mold, but there's some off-camera shit I can't talk about that I think something in that has mold. It's moved across several different state lines. It's not mine, and I can't move it out of this room. And I'm afraid that that's what might be making me sick. And I don't know how to disinfect stuff that I don't own. You know what I mean? It's super rare that I eat it now. Hopefully never. I don't think eating something you're allergic to is worth the endeavor, Stuart. Find something else. Did you play Phantom Liberty or just Cyberpunk? We played all through the Phantom Liberty expansion as well, and beat the entire expanded story too. I even started second character on off Cyberpunk nights, so I was playing it sometimes 2 nights a week, but people were not. Twitch was not down to watch. Yeah, and back then I wasn't streaming on other platforms at the same time. Cordyceps, that's what it's called. Yes. Nasty little bugger. That's The Last of Us, right? That's how those zombies are created, right? Through some sort of fungal infection. Blaming Oz, I see. It's not Oz's either. Hit Oz up in DMs and you can learn what's going on. It's not something we talk about on stream. What am I doing? Oh yeah, these guys. Who's my lowest level crafter right now? Probably Culinarian at this point. I know I'm flipping through the dialogue like I don't care about the story. Fact of the matter is, on the daily quests, the story is the same. It's just like a randomized subset of quests that you can possibly get, and I've seen basically all the quests, so I'm not trying to skip through storyline in this game. Right now, we don't do MSQ on my streams because, one, I don't want to be spoilerific for anybody that hasn't purchased the new expansion just yet, and two, I promise to only do the storyline with Oz. So she's asleep. I'm not gonna push through the actual game content without her. All right, this guy needs the kerosene tank. Do it. All right, let's hit him, baby, one more time. Yeah, for the longest time, I mean, as much as I like ray tracing, I'm not going to invest crazy money just to get that one functionality. For the longest time, I really did play games with the intent that the more beautiful the game, the better the game was. And it took me a long time, my friends all very disparaging of my particular philosophy there, for me to realize that I might be wrong and that games with lesser graphics were still okay if the gameplay was a lot of fun. I was particularly critical of MMOs because when I was first playing, the first MMO I ever played was EverQuest 1. And for its era, it came out in 1999. For its era, the graphics were particularly good, especially for an online multiplayer game. And I had some friends that were like, oh, you like MMOs? You're playing that one? Have you ever tried Ultima Online? This game is fantastic. I looked at it and I saw that it was isometric, you know, like 30-degree, 60-degree angle graphics and like all sprites and not 3D. As soon as I saw the graphics, I was like, that game's shit. That game's awful. Now I feel differently. Now I don't care how the graphics are as long as the gameplay's fun, story's good, whatever. Or it feels satisfying to play. And so ray tracing's not like a critical thing for me, but I do still like pretty. And one day I'd love that we all live old enough, ripe old age, that we see games that look photorealistic. I know some people have tried for that. Did you all see the what is that like police body cam shooter where they're purporting that the footage that they do for their demos is actual in-game engine and it looks particularly good photorealism? I don't know if that the gameplay that the game seems to purport is necessarily right up my alley per se. The storyline doesn't look like it's going to be that exciting, but the graphics are pretty beautiful. I would still try it out just because there's a little part of me that's aesthetic trapped. And even if a game is shit, but it's really, really pretty, I might still consider it. But I've given up on judging merely by looks these days. Did you just give me the head pat emoji? Have you ever seen, there's a lot of VTubers that use that exact hand thing. It doesn't even, it's not quite like a, looks like a thumb is rubbing, and they put it so that you can pay sort of like channel points to put that on their head, but it moves like that fast. So it's like not really good head pats. It's like this, and it moves with their head when they move their VSona. Feels weird. It feels I don't know, masturbatory. Anyway, thanks for the head pads. Graphics do sell copies. I agree. I mean, for games to have lastability, you need the UI and the controls to feel fluid and good and like intentional. You don't want any of that to be frustrating. But once you get that base structure built in, once that stuff feels good and looks good, then graphics on top of that will beat out your competitors. Absolutely. Unrecord, yeah, that's what it was called. Did you play God of War playthrough anytime? Plan? It's in my interests. It's on my list of things to stream. I'm just not sure when it's going to happen, especially since I reduced my stream days down to 3 a week. I don't know when to make it happen, but I do still want to play it on stream because I've never played God of War before. Or, frankly, on stream, I've never played any of those beat 'em ups. I have never... Any God of War would be a first playthrough for me. Any Devil May Cry would be first playthrough for me. I just haven't grabbed a lot of those type of games before. I hope Unrecord is good, but until I get a chance to play it, I'm sticking with Ready or Not. I don't know Ready or Not. Let's take a look. Armand, have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your support, especially as long as you've been here. Not that time spent on stream is an indicator of your worth, but you've been here a good long while, and I appreciate that support. Okay, let's see. Let's close these. Let's look up, you say Ready or Not. Do I have high quality shooting game? What? Note station necessary. Why are there so many like other buy a Ready or Not Steam key? Why are there so many like shady links? Ready or Not is an intense tactical first-person shooter that depicts a modern-day world in which SWAT police units are called to defuse hostile and confronting situations. Okay. I know there's no audio. I don't want to go through and find out how to source audio for my browser right now. Frankly, I'm watching it muted as well. Okay. So the humans are, you know, they're realistic adjacent. The animations are really good, and the lighting and interiors are well loved. I think that matters much more than getting to photorealism with a human, right? Especially because there's that uncanny valley effect. If you can pull back away and leave things a little more plastic and molded and statuesque of humanity, that could be sometimes the better strategy, because then it's easier to focus on the good things. Like in this case, bump mapping is good, lighting is good, texture work is all well done, palette's pretty good. I wouldn't worry about making particularly great looking humans. I'm gonna mute that. This one came up with audio and I hate it. Hey, I actually remembered to do this tonight. If you're watching on Instagram, we got to say goodnight to you because Instagram caps out my streams on 4 hours. If you want to watch the after show, the remaining 1 hour of stream that we do on every night that we stream, switch on over to YouTube. Watch me at youtube.com/DamienHolme to watch the remainder of the stream. But if you're leaving me now because Instagram's the only place you'll watch me, then I will say if you're safe, fed, and loved, Make sure someone out there is too. I'll catch you again on Saturday and Sunday, where we do the Myst series, the Mother series, and other retro and puzzle games and that sort of thing. Or if you're just here for discourses, then I'll catch you next Wednesday. Yeah, this is interesting. This shows a very different kind of game too, where it's much more than just militaristic, sort of broken down backgrounds or environments. Looks like Instagram's still running. I'm just gonna let the timer run out, and when it freeze frames, it freeze frames. I know, I actually set a timer so that I would remember to say goodnight to Instagram. I feel so proud of myself. The ballistics are also good. I've shot a suspect in the leg before and severed an artery. Bled out before I could arrest him. Clever. I feel like that sort of, like, we have the knowledge for those systems. We just don't have many game designers that are at that level that are doing that much consideration for realism, right? But I mean, the information exists. You just have to you have to care enough about how the game works on the infrastructure side of things, right? If you care enough, you'll invest the time to put together a little bit better, a little bit deeper, nuanced stuff. Just look at like Dwarf Fortress, or what are some other games where they put an immense amount of time and consideration into creating like crazy detailed infrastructure. Space Station 13, if anyone on the stream has any idea what that is. Games like Space Station 13 and Dwarf Fortress are intense with the amount of deep, interconnected and interwoven systems that exist. They cared so much and put so much life into things that you don't even know exist unless you play the game long enough to figure it out or learn as you're going along. That's good stuff. Hey, what's going on, Silver-Tongued Cavalier? I like your name. I like Stefan Molyneux. That name sounds familiar. Who is that? I've seen that name before, but it's not somebody that I... You like a white nationalist? He's a proponent of conspiracy theories, white supremacy, scientific racism, men's rights movement, founder of Free Domain Radio website. He's been permanently banned from PayPal. Wow. MailChimp, YouTube, SoundCloud, all for violating hate speech policies. I've never heard of this guy before. Originally Canadian, but he lives in Ireland. Why does he think he can get over to Ireland and get away with this sort of stuff? He was part of the IDW too. Interesting. I did not know he was part of that movement. It's one of those reasons why the more we looked into that social movement, the more I just felt like there's something wrong or something like not jiving well. You know, you had people that were like, I think we need to move toward a more collaborative, communal, you know, where everybody's pitching in better, and we just need to work towards reducing boundaries for people to put their efforts and their productivity together. And then you had shit like, you know, complete anti-vax commentary, destruction of entire religious movements, and a lot of like anti-woke bullshit, like people that were just so upset that the far left was leading the cultural revolution at that time, that they were just going to cry about it and not really produce like a better solution, but just talk like they were really smart. I wonder if this guy was like that. I kind of don't want to watch him for fear of breaking TOS, because he seems like the sort of person, like, you put any of his content on, it's just gonna fuck sore anybody who's trying to do this for a living. IDW ties to Epstein. Something wouldn't surprise me if some of the members do. I feel like some of them are just their own entities, and they ended up being big clout seekers. If you look at folks like Candace Owens and Dave Rubin, they started off being much more centrist or had ideas that were supposed to be of broad appeal. And as they received negative criticism for being just, I don't know, bad at their brand or maybe platforming the wrong sort of people, they were making bad business choices for the cultural time that it was. They didn't read the room well with their business strategies. Then they went like real hard red pill, and they're like, oh, you know what? The world is against me, and clearly this movement is the destruction of all future cultures, and we need to take a stand. And instead of taking a stand and being something, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess just being courageous, standing up for your own ideology and striving for culture to do better. They all just went and shilled for conservative money. They were like, oh, you know what? Seems like all these people in the GOP in the US would really love to pass a bunch of money in our hands if we just say things a little bit more in their direction. Or in the case of Ben Shapiro, just start selling gold and other whatever they predate on old rich people to try to buy. I know Alex Jones for a long time on his show was trying to get people to buy like emergency kit food, powdered drinks and stuff like that. Like when the cultural collapse happens in the US, you're going to want to have your bomb shelter filled with Alex Jones patented disaster relief food so that you can survive when the lefty army comes and destroys everything. Bullshit like that. Endangerment, you're heading out. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate all of your engagement and your assistance in growing my YouTube channel as much as it has. Thank you so much. But yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if, because of the way these folks chased clout and tried to grow themselves the way that they did.
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing, not a thing.
Thank you.
I'm right as the mail.
That some of them wouldn't connect up to Epstein in some way. Because, I mean, if you're just talking about people who chase clout for crazy money and especially find that in the right, I think that's probably the majority of, Epstein's proclivities. Is I found a group of people that morally will just do whatever it takes. They'll just pump me full of money if I find the right products to sell them and make the right social connections. Oh, that's so good. Join my panel. My friend has an open panel now on machine lies. Do you ever do open discussions with vetting? I won't do it like right now because I'm in the like final hour of my live stream. But cyberstalk me, reach out to me through DMs or email or whatever, and I'll take a look and see if it's something that that aligns with what I want to do, for sure. I would love to do open discussions. I've done some in the past. Most of them have been I've been the host and invited people in, but I've only done so many of those. And I usually do them with people that I've already met and I know a lot of their ideologies, and they're generally the same ideological background as mine, so I have to play devil's advocate to make it more interesting. So it would be nice to meet other people to have broader conversations than that, for sure. Weinstein admitted he met with Epstein, but he tries to downplay it. Of course. You have to be careful of a lot of weird stuff. Naturally. Yeah. Well, I mean, when I was doing content creation earlier, I feel like I was a lot less careful, and I just bounced around and did whatever sort of flight of fancy that I felt like. But starting this year, we're actually trying to grow this to be something where I can pay for bills and make this like a career choice. And in order to make it a career choice, I'm being a little more savvy with the directions that we go, so that we'll give this the best shot at professionalism that I can make it out to be. Know what I mean? There's a lot of people paid to derail independent creators. Weird. Why would that be? I wonder if people like me that strive for deep fact checking and creating a community of folks that deliberately hold every side to light, analyze motivations, criticize and judge and weigh different ideologies, if that is perceived as a threat. I don't know that I would be perceived as enough of a threat for somebody to pay money to try to I don't know, destroy what we've built so far. But if that was the case, that would be really flattering. I was a guest once. I quickly realized that I'm nowhere near smart enough to be able to hold the kinds of conversations D can hold. So we don't gatekeep. And by not gatekeeping, I mean, one, I would never let anybody say they're not qualified enough to have a conversation with us and our panels. But two, I also feel like when people think that they're not smart enough to share what they think, we lose out on the opportunity to see a different viewpoint or to understand a problem from a different perspective than just when you get a bunch of smart people or pseudo-intellectuals or people who think they're smart. When you get those people together, their opinions come from a certain vantage point than what you might get from somebody who's maybe more of a layman or who doesn't feel like they have the same academic background. So we will never bar you for not feeling smart enough. In fact, I would encourage it for the fact that you never know what you can get. Do you have a favorite chip? Me? I try to avoid chips. If you've seen my dad bod since I became a dad, I'm just like, carbs are bad, okay? I'll try to reach out on Twitter or something. Oh yeah, I'm all over Twitter. There's a lot of oh wait, I already read that part. And guarantee you that you would be surprised if you open panels up. Interesting. Well, it's good to know there's psyops happening out there. It make me feel a little bit more guarded, make sure that I'm not like walking into any sort of traps or anything like that. But at the same time, I'm also interested almost to meet people with those bad intentions or paid intentions to try to understand them a little bit better. And I don't mind a little bit of exposure to risk if it means that we can maybe bring other people out into the light or help my community see that there are some like paid psyops out there and how to interact with them or what that looks like when we talk to people like that. But I probably do so a little bit guarded. Psyops are definitely afoot. That's why looking for independent creators like you. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, hit me up. I'll do some research. And that's definitely the sort of thing that I've been looking to try to meet more people like me as well, with some amount of guardianship. I'd love to meet with more larger content creators, but I'm always afraid that meeting with large content creators feels like clout chasing, you know? I don't want to build myself on the back of anybody else's community. In fact, I'm a little bit nervous to do so because I feel like a lot of larger people who speak in philosophy, politics, deep topics, especially critiques of such, they tend to come from very caustic communities. The larger you are, chances are the more ad hominem and just attacking other people's ideology you have. Whereas I've always felt like I've wanted to bridge more, create more bridges and find our similar motivations than to try to break somebody down, and especially break somebody down on the basis of where they come from or what they look like or what they choose to wear, or, you know, focus on the ideas coming out of somebody's mouth, not who they are as a person, at least insofar as like arguing a point. All the larger creators are psyops now. I've seen it happen in real time. I've definitely heard big claims on, like, especially some of the big ones, like your Hassans, your Destinies, your Voshes. Like, these people seem to say the same big points and also seem resilient to contrarian information. So they'll push a certain rhetoric like America bad, or like Palestine's indefensible, or Israel good, or you don't know the whole story, that sort of thing. But when you see them meet with people with contrarian ideas, you don't see enough reception of opposition, not enough ideology being taken in and exchanged. Like they've made up their mind a long time ago, and any new information that they have that can make things more complex or muddied is just discarded for what looks like it's going to be a better selling view. Or if your theory holds true, that they're producing an outcome that pleases their financiers so that they keep the income stream flowing, right? You have to be careful if you collab. The new Christian nationalism hanging around Destiny is a good example. Christian nationalism? I'm surprised any big streamer on any platform, YouTube or otherwise, would find Christian nationalism palatable as part of their community. I mean, Christianity as a movement is anti-nationalism, right? The whole ideology spawning in an era where the Roman Empire was trying to enforce statehood upon that region of the world, and Christians were trying to create something that was more meta, but also something that was, you know, an opt-in experience. Like you become a coherent or adherent to the faith because you're adopting something that is like a movement within you. Your heart has changed. You're warming up to. You're inviting like a godly presence by the origins of the faith. Of course, you know, as soon as the Roman Empire took over the ideology, then it became, we've got the spears, we've got the manpower, and you're going to convert to our religion or we just kill you or burn you at the stake. So modern Christianity, I suppose, doesn't have to answer to the origins of the faith, but it's so weird to me to think that nationalism, especially for a religion, and especially for that religion, would ever be a thing. Isn't Destiny like basically agnostic or atheist? Was raised Catholic or something like that? What am I building? Oh, right. Stuart, what's your favorite chip? Yes, we can have that level of conversation as well. It doesn't just have to be about the meta movements of big streamers in ideologue space. I'd say back when I used to eat chips, my favorite chip, do Cheetos count as a chip? I used to be into Cheetos. Because it's like cylindrical and bumpy, it doesn't count as a chip, then, you know, ignore that I said that. But if it does count as a chip, then I'll say Cheetos, probably. You making eggies? What? Oh, was I? I was making audio parts. Yeah, right now we're working for the Loporits, which are the bunny people. Oh, but Sketchy is apparently making eggs. I mean, it's morning over there. A crack in space-time. Troll looks over in the corner of his room and he's like, oh, hey, someone's cooking eggs. It's pretty impressive. Always been debating Christian nationalists. I see. That poses a problem, and one that I'm a little bit nervous about with my own community too, is that I don't feel like we should avoid having any conversation. 2024 is not the era where worrying about who you're platforming or not should remove you from having those harder conversations. But I also feel like there needs to be a line drawn where if you invite somebody in and put them on a show and make their ideas heard to a wider audience, especially if you've got the responsibility of having a larger platform like those big streamers do, you should have some sort of overt manifesto, a declaration, something that says, these are my guiding principles. I want you to know them well ahead of the point. If I ever invite somebody like this on, if I have a Christian nationalist on, I want you to know my idea of nationalism to the fans, you know, to the community, not to that person you're debating. But then let that be used as the subtext. Maybe with the debate, you want to be somewhat cordial, because the moment you come off as attacking, you're going to just push those people away. You won't have opportunities for new conversations in that space unless you can be... Unless you can show some amount of cordiality and some amount of empathy to them, right? At least show that you can be a bigger person. That said, your community needs to know that empathy or etiquette in a live conversation aren't the same thing as support, and that if they know the subtext of who you are, you need to make sure that that's showing in your conversation. You can show disdain, you can show disagreement, you can show that you would never cohere to somebody's thoughts without being antagonistic to that person. I do it plenty. I live in Georgia. Georgia's a swing state. We've got plenty of people that are like me, plenty of people that are antagonistic to me. And honestly, on both sides of the political spectrum, I meet people that I find cringe, that I don't want to talk about politics around, but they can't help themselves, and they think I'm just like them on both sides. And I find ways to navigate that space so that I don't make them feel uncomfortable or immediately dismissed just because I might disagree with something that they want to share. But I'm also not, putting myself out to a huge portion of the internet. I don't know if that's, the fully correct answer, or if that's even the policy that I will end up taking on if we grow this to the point where I can start having conversations of that nature. But something different needs to happen, because I feel like we're well past the age where just associating with somebody should be considered criminal. Like, you invite, really bad racists to your stream. Does that make you racist immediately? No, but should you have to argue and yell at that person and call them names to prove that you're not a racist? Also, no. I don't know what the right answer is between those two. You have to find some sort of good strategy to make these things happen better. I added you on Twitter. Excellent. I may even have a tab up where I can... Well, I don't know. If you add me, then I don't necessarily know or see that, do I? Twitter's such a bad website. I will not stop dead naming this site. I just have to believe you. I don't see it in my feed. If there even is a place to check for that kind of thing. Anyway, thank you. Appreciate that. Very few people in my live stream community follow me on Twitter, Threads, or Instagram. And maybe for a reason. I think people are starting to get more and more fragmented as to which social media platforms they prefer to be on. I know, like, TikTokers generally don't even know that Imager exists. And Imager community hates the crap out of TikTok. Just out of two, like, random examples. Threads doesn't seem like it's really doing that great, but I keep posting to it anyways. And anyone who I've live streamed to, I get much more traction from live stream platform to live stream platform than I do conversion from live stream platform to any of my other platforms. And Facebook looks like it's like dying or dead. Not just for me, but for everybody else too. I had people go viral on Facebook a few years back that now the platform's just like basically nothing to them. If I could say anything about the platforms that I do stream on, if you're watching me on live stream on Instagram, which that stream's already killed for the night, but if you do watch me on Instagram or on Kick or on Twitch, I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your follows, subs, whatever you want to do. But I really am farming for watch hours on YouTube above all else this year, because that's the one gatekeeping gate that I'm trapped behind, is YouTube watch hours. Yeah. Oh, me. My character was a little at a little oven with a frying pan. Yeah, just like right here. Yeah. Culinarian. I don't know. So I think anytime you work as culinarian, no matter what you're making, even if it's audio components, you make them like this, like you're cooking. Why? Dunno. That's just how the graphics do. A broken Windows, not Kraken's FaceTime. I still find it funny how Elon Musk bought Twitter, rebranded it to X, and people still call it Twitter. X is just, one, it's pretentious. Two, it's ambiguous. And 3, Twitter works. It's a good brand. They had their own verb for posting on it. That's impressive. It became a cultural phenomenon. Everything that he's done has been just like ill accepted. So I think me calling it Twitter, it's not a stab to him. I personally, the amount of time and resources that I dedicate to thinking about Elon is almost zero. I like Twitter for the dumpster fire it was before he ever bought it, and it still is. And he has very little sway in what I think about using the app, frankly. My book of face is the same as always been. What? Book of face? Oh, Facebook. You're not viral though, are you? I'm talking about people who've gone viral before, using it as a content creator platform, are having trouble doing so now. Like, it's not doing nearly as well as it used to for content creators trying to make it into a business. And I'd even say for people that just use it as a regular social medium, that they find a lot more ads than they do content from their friends' feeds. Maybe. Yeah. If you come to my community, you'll get watch hours. Oh, all right. But I'll give you a heads up. Oh, give me a heads up as far as like what your next panel show is going to be or something like that. Going back to the Machines Les panel. You spent all this time away from a panel that's live right now. Well, thank you very much for stopping by and investing in the future of my show. I'll check you out on Twitter. Thanks, man. Take it easy. Have a wonderful panel, by the way. The Facebook Marketplace, though, it's a gift from the heavens. Is it really good? I know that there are scammers, for sure. 100%. There are scammers on Facebook Marketplace, and they do nothing to protect you against it. Like, if you send money to somebody, if you, like... Because there's no Facebook wiring service, right? So they'll usually ask for Cash App or Venmo or whatever. You send money through those platforms. First of all, those platforms, they don't do refunds. If you say, oh, never mind, that was a scammer, they'd be like, oh, well, the transaction's done. You can ask them for the money back and see what happens. But Facebook also does nothing. They won't protect you for anything. So if you pre-send money in some way, or you put in a deposit, or somebody asks you for gas money, or whatever it happens to be, whatever the scam is, if you aren't handing somebody cash in hand with a product, already in your house, then you are bound to be scammed. And this is not endemic to Facebook Marketplace, just that it is, as far as I've heard, equally bad to Craigslist and other listing websites of that sort. I thought you meant it was slowing as a platform overall. I think it is, especially for content creators, but I think in general that people aren't posting as much as they used to on Facebook, and those that do, when you go to try to look at their content, that you end up seeing more ads than you do people's posts, which I would consider a form of slowing down. I found bargain for PC parts on Facebook Marketplace. Oh, good. Maybe it's better where you live. Maybe it's just shitty in, good old states where things just tend to be worse. Oh, we're making good progress. That is 100% high quality. Sure to be a great item. All right. From here. There it is. We needed a high quality, fashionable thingum. What do you guys think? Did Silver-Tongued Cavalier, based on what I read, since the text won't actually propagate on Botrix to be on screen, do you think they seem legit or potentially dangerous? We'll find out. We'll do some If there's one thing I'm good at, thanks to my day job, actually, it's cyber stalking. I learn about people at a deep level very quickly, and I like investigating. I like trying to figure out people well in advance before I get too far down the rabbit hole with them. And so we'll see. Somebody to just random like cold call me and say, hey, I've got an opportunity for you, or would you like to join our panel or our conversation going or something like that. Cold calls make me distrustful immediately. Almost anytime somebody would be stepping in without me engaging first and reaching out for that opportunity, like, hey, my name's Damien, I do this sort of thing, would you be interested in collaboration or producing some sort of thing? It always makes me more confident when I've done the sussing out. I've done the investigation, and then I reach out to them, and then they can say yes or no based on my connectivity with them. And it always makes me more nervous when somebody reaches out to me. 9 times out of 10, people who reach out to me are either trying to divorce me from my money, or find some other sort of leg up on me, or some threat in one way or another to my well-being. So it always makes me a little bit skeptical, but I also get a little bit of a good vibe from just that small bit of interaction. So I'll say hesitant, or what's the word I'm looking for? Guarded, like a guarded good vibe from that interaction. It's hard to tell a good bean quickly. Bad beans are they either wear their bad beanness on their sleeves, and YouTube has its fair share of folks that have just stepped in, said something absolutely disgusting, and get immediately permabanned. Which is funny because Twitch doesn't really have that. Twitch has bots, you know, that try to sell you to buy followers, but Twitch doesn't have somebody run in, say something completely, you know, racist or terms of service or whatever, and just try to, you know, get that out on a live channel. YouTube has that in spades. It's a really shitty community comparatively. But the people who found the stream and have hung out with us, I feel like would fit in with folks that do that on Twitch. The Twitch active community is amazing. Great people. By and large, the vast majority are wonderful. And I would say the people that stay for more than one random racist message on Twitch, on YouTube, are the same way. It almost makes me wonder why they're not on Twitch, because it's been around for so much longer. Why would people go to YouTube as a live stream platform unless they've just never heard of Twitch? That's the only thing I can think of, is maybe you just don't know what the heck Twitch is. Curiously enough, especially with maybe like elder millennials, I've discovered, and older people than that, elder millennials and up, I have discovered that it seems like there is a contingency of people, a good amount of people, that have never heard of Twitch, have no idea what that platform is. And you explain to them, you know, it's basically like you get to see live people doing live stuff. They're like, that's weird. Like live TV? If I don't even remember. I guess Saturday Night Live would be the only big exposure I have to like live TV, and I didn't really watch it. Even growing up, when, you know, some of the bigger, it was like a bigger cultural thing. You'd go to school and people would say, did you watch Saturday Night Live? Even back then I'd be like, no. I'd stay up to watch that. I'd probably get in trouble, honestly, as a school kid, trying to stay up and watch something at midnight or whenever it comes on. But yeah, for some reason, Twitch is in a blind spot for people, but a lot of people know YouTube. I think the amount of people that know YouTube and know that there is a live streamer portion of YouTube is pretty small. They haven't done a great job promoting that it does live. So the only people who do live streams on YouTube and have huge audiences, huge audiences, they're probably ex Twitch streamers who brought their communities over. We mentioned with this guy Destiny earlier, and I know Harris Heller is another one. These are folks who had really large Twitch communities who either quit or were banned from Twitch and so went to YouTube. So when you look at YouTube live streaming, you go, oh yeah, look at these guys. You know, they were able to pull thousands of people. They were not able to pull thousands of people from YouTube. They have a community that would follow them wherever they stream, which is a very different, that's a different gameplay, right? It would be nice to get to that point where I say, hey, everybody, here's where I need to be. Follow me there. But instead, I'm trying a different strategy where I go, hey, everybody, I'm everywhere you want to be. So you don't have to go to the platform you don't want. I'll be wherever you are. I think for me, meeting you where you feel more comfortable makes me feel like that's what I like to do anyways. That's the sort of person I am anyways, is see to your comforts. I like to feel like I'm a good host. Like if you were physically here, me being in 4 different streaming platforms is the equivalent of you being in my home and me offering you a drink from the fridge, or like, can I get you anything else? You know, we've got some this and this little snack. Do you like your feet up? I can get you something, you know, blanket, whatever, cool drink. Doing more beast tribes, I see. I've been on, the long hunt to get my reputation up. So here we are with Endwalker. I'm sworn, which is the last of the bars you need to fill with both the Omicrons and Loporits. The Arcosudara, I started a little bit later. I forgot what the 3rd beast tribe was for a while, and then I forgot to unlock them. So they're a little bit behind compared to the other 2, but still also moving up. Once I fill these out, I'm probably honestly going to stick with them for a little bit longer and just get everybody up in level. As you can see, I don't pick one job and just stick with it. I've got every single crafter at 82 or higher and every single gatherer 85 or higher. So that's just how I like to play. I'm kind of the omni leveler for everything. Same thing with all the combat jobs as well. I just slowly kind of creep everything up bits at a time. Obviously, I have a few that are level 90 that I cared more about than the other ones, but I didn't stop leveling the other ones up. I did still continue, moving them up slowly bit by bit. Now, a lot of things happened in 2023 to us, and if those of you who are like ghosts or been with us for some time, you probably remember 2023 was a really shitty year for us. 2024 has had its difficulties. Anybody who watched Oz's last stream on Monday knows some of what we have been dealing with, especially with her and her health. For those of you that don't know, you can go to her Twitch channel and watch the VOD for that. But while we're not out of hot water yet, this is a better year than it was last year. Last year was really challenging for us, and as a result, for Final Fantasy's sake, we stopped playing the Endwalker expansion, and all of our friends and family, of course, were still on it. Spotted, Batha, Nico, Akumu, everybody else was still like playing, and it felt bad, but we're getting back into just gaming, one, as a form of content, of course, always, but 2, this is our means of connecting with our friends and family on a regular basis. A lot of my family, they won't just hop on a phone call for a long time. Almost nobody video chats out of my greater family. Even people younger than me in the family don't really video chat. Everyone's kind of insular and doing their own thing right now. And so gaming is kind of our best way to get in contact with people. We've made some few friends in Georgia, but life happens too. Like, we're at that age, I guess, where people have like, I was laid off. Well, we're gonna have to move to another place that's more affordable, or to a new job opportunity, or, oh, we just had kids. Well, we can't really talk or hang out the same way because we're focusing on that, or whatever it happens to be. a lot of people are changing trajectory, and so we make strong connections with somebody. We vibe with somebody. Maybe they're local in our neighborhood. They'd like to do the same things we do, and then they have other stuff that comes up, or we do, and we end up parting ways. And friendships just don't stick as well as they could. But the folks that we play Final Fantasy with, we've at least been friends and or are related to them, and we've been at this for some time. So even though we took the majority of 2023 off from the game, it feels good to be back and be connected with the folks that I play with in that regard. So it's nice. Getting there then, I only call with my dad. The rest of us are all just text back and forth every now and then. Is that global? Global? What is that? Yeah, I have friends that I chat with on the phone, but it's rare. I only get them once every each one of these friends that I talk to in like a voice call, I'll only talk to once every maybe 4 to 6 months. But I rotate through them, so I actually talk on the phone with somebody maybe once every 1 to 2 months. But those are friends. My family doesn't call. Nobody doesn't have my number. Every single cousin, aunt, and uncle, they all have my number. Nobody calls. I've called them some few times, but when you call a family member like 3 or 4 times in a row and you realize you're the only one that does the calling, it starts to feel kind of weird. Like you wonder, am I being a burden, or am I insisting that we have more of a relationship than that family member wants? So I kind of back off from some of them if they don't reciprocate after a while. And you know, maybe they're at home thinking, oh, I should call D, but then they don't. Maybe. But I don't like to just keep pushing if I feel like somebody's not really vibing, unless I feel like I really like love somebody and could really gain something from having more of them in my life. Those people will be a little bit more insistent on. And if you were watching all the way up to this point, either in the VOD or you're lurking live and you're one of those people, you know who you are, because I won't hesitate to tell you I need you in my life. I'm one of those people that's very overt about those kind of emotions. I don't like things unsaid. I don't like things guessed at. Like, oh, you know what? D says he uses certain words with me. I wonder, like, you know, are we really good friends, or, you know, is he just like really polite with everybody? The answer is I'm really polite with everybody, and I will not hem or haw. So, you know, if I think we're really good friends, or I want to be really good friends, you'll know. That's the way I wish everybody would live. I wish everybody would just say very overtly how they feel, how they're well motivated, with some tact, of course. Obviously, you don't want to just jump in and hurt somebody's feelings. Be cautious and use your words with the weight and impact that you mean to have. But there's too much unsaid, and we're here for too short of a time. And I hate how many relationships I have with friends and people that I know that we're both sort of guessing at it, you know? So I've removed a lot of those boundaries with the people that I really stay communicative with. I let them know almost exactly everything that I feel, short of revealing, you know, my deepest innermost thoughts. Like, you're my best friend, but I don't like that mole on your face. I'm not going to say shit like that. But I'm pretty damn, you know, open and push for everybody else to be so as well. D hates me, confirmed? No, if I hate you, I will tell you. There are so few people in this world that I hate. And the only reason, I'll say this, the only reason I won't say I hate you is if there's like an employment situation. Because that's bad, right? Like, I need a paycheck to keep coming, and you're like a volatile manager or something. You have some sort of power structure over me. That's the one place where you need to like calm your shit. Sketchy over here is just like tripping. You good, man? Those eggs must be stellar. special eggs. Did you make special eggs for yourself this morning? But yeah, I feel like unless somebody has a certain type of power over you, that if you say I hate you, there could be repercussions. Then just being open and honest with everybody and having your emotions out. If it's a negative emotion, you're both saving time, right? Why go down a long rabbit hole with somebody hemming and hawing and pretending to be acquainted well when neither of you are having a good experience with it? Or it's one-sided. They're getting something out of it, but it is hurting you. It is taking of your resources. The sooner you let them know, the sooner the problem gets fixed. Maybe they'll take it negatively, but ultimately you're saving yourself in the end. And the sooner you tell somebody things that you want more of them in your life, they have that opportunity at that point to make adjustments. Maybe they will give you more of themselves because they wanted that too, or they just weren't sure. Maybe just the act of hearing somebody tell you, hey, I really appreciate you and value you and want more of our friendship to grow, will be something to inspire them to reprioritize things, right? I feel you. Too many people are wishy-washy about stuff. I feel like it's part of it's wishy-washy, but part of it is tact. Tact is a really good vehicle because if we say the things that we feel without the right packaging, we can get the wrong feeling across, right? Like, imagine you see something about somebody that you like, but they don't. Like, they're particularly meticulous. And so they do everything, you know, really, really precisely. And you appreciate that level of nuance in them. It's very helpful. But if you said something like, you know, you pay a lot of attention to detail, they might hear that and they might feel so self-critical about how they might think of themselves as neurotic. And then you've just said something about their level of detail, their hyper focus on that, and they're like, oh shit, he hates me. Well, why did he just say that? Yeah, I've suspected all this time that, you know, if somebody ever caught on, if somebody watched me close enough, they'd realize that I'm maybe too meticulous and it's too much. And I just got called out for it. You have to be careful about how you say things to make sure you're getting the emotion across that you want. But with proper tact, you can get good ideas across. You just can't use tact. You can't overuse tact. So I feel like so many people guess at how they are with other people. Do you need to sit down and have coffee with every single person you interact with and overtly state your roadmap of friendship with them? No, not everybody. But don't leave the important people, the most impactful people in your life, at wishy-washy. Be more overt. I'm good. I have an itch to play Helldivers. Do it. Dive into hell, says I. Shoot, I don't know if I've done this quest. This doesn't look familiar. Visual information preparation to the demonstration. Please begin consumption of 1 of 3 available organic substances. Now initializing scan of allied lifeforms gustatory inputs. Oh, I have to choose something to eat. Let's do low-grade choking hazard of an extra sticky rice ball. I like rice balls. Okay, it was just a show I was putting on for the Aya, I guess. And now they see what it's like for me to eat sticky rice. Yeah? I guess so. That's enough to sell them to go to the cafe. Neat. Yeah, I don't know. Would you guys like to see me do panel shows? It's something I actually asked a modestly large content creator last year if they ever did panel shows, because ideologically I feel like I would vibe with them, and I've seen them engaged with other streamers that do panel shows. And unfortunately, they were like, no, we don't do anything like that. That's not really our brand. Like, okay, well, miss out on 100% of the shots you don't take, right? But also, if I were wanting to get into any big panel shows, I don't know how, as a small streamer, you do that. Like, either you need the clout first, and then you come at folks saying, hey, yo, I've got 1 million subscribers and a big following, and I'd like to join your big following panel show. It'll benefit you because my community will come watch, and it'll benefit me because it's good content, right? Something like that. But what if I want to do panel shows now and not wait until I'm a big ass streamer? Is that a possibility? I don't know. I don't know how you find the communities or make the connections network so that you get in touch with the right people that they would allow you to do that kind of stuff. I wouldn't want to join a panel show that's just like open mic. It's just a bunch of, I don't know. My biggest fear is join a panel show. It turns out it's a bunch of folks that have had no media training. They're just like streaming out of bedrooms, and they have their brand new ideas that they got from university that they haven't aired out against anybody else. And anybody who argues a different idea than the one that they think is right, they get mad and they just start ad hominem attacking or doing whatever to try to derail you. It turns into a shit show or a circus with no good value. Oh. If they do shows Wednesdays, this panel show, that might be a thing to look at for a future Wednesday. If they pass the cyber stalking test. We'll see. As somebody who feels most comfortable in black and lace and darkness, I naturally like old school clothes, and I'm talking like Victorian, Edwardian, like really old school, and just prefer black, literally everything, or dark colors. It feels really weird looking at myself on camera wearing quite a light colored shirt, but I also think the shirt looks good on me, even if it's not my style. It's the light blue is not a bad thing. Brings out the color in my eyes. Oh, I remember this one. Okay. We have to walk there, don't we? Can we run? Thank God. What I found maybe most alarming, I promise I'll stop harping on this, like this one person that popped in to ask if I wanted to do panel shows. What I found most alarming is the very first chat that he started with was, I like Stefan Molyneux. I like Stefan Molyneux. I didn't know who that guy was when he first said, I like him. But then we looked it up, and that guy was like, patent racist, hate speecher, destroyer of terms of service, and therefore banned on multiple social media platforms because he's such a shit person. So why, out of all things, once I started talking, he was like, oh yeah, the IDW has all this corruption and blah blah blah, and they're involved with Epstein maybe, and it sounded like he was very antagonistic to bad actors. So why did he start with that he likes him? God has come. It makes me sus. Oh, I guess you could stay elephant and mount up. I shouldn't have just had to walk. My bad. I thought it was going to break my costume. I also worry that on YouTube, since there's so many bad actors that pop into streams, that maybe they're a little bit more lax on curating badness out of especially live platform. Maybe you could do a really racy, breaks TOS in a lot of ways live stream and then just not save the VOD. I just wonder because of how many people pop in with just like random racist or breaking TOS comments and then disappear and they don't even care on YouTube. Whereas in Twitch, I don't see that type of activity nearly as much. All right, I'll stop pontificating in that direction. That was in Kick? No, YouTube, actually. You wouldn't believe this, but everybody I've met in Kick has been a good actor. The one platform that everybody seems to feel like, oh, that's just an absolute shit show where nothing good, nobody good could possibly be there. The Kick community that I've met has been positive. It's just been, you know, smaller and more difficult to create a following or to get myself across in any algorithms. I don't think there's any good search algorithm in Kick. And I think the reason is because they actually hire streamers, they pay streamers to work there, and they push and promote those people because they're already losing money with them, so they want to earn money back somehow. So if you're not there to see who are the people that they pay, like XQC and Amaranth, like folks that aren't on Twitch or YouTube or anything at all, for those folks, they want to promote that everybody that goes to Kick watches those paid people. Otherwise, they don't get a return on investment back. And me, they're not invested in promoting because who the hell am I? They don't pay me. So they're not losing money on me. I'm just streaming there for free. There's no reason to push me on the algorithm. That's my general thought of what's happening on Kick. That said, every once in a while, every so often, people do find the stream. And when they do, they've been cordial and kind and fine. You get bots there too. So I've had a few bots. Different than Twitch bots. All Twitch bots are buy followers. You know, go to this website and pay, and we'll give you so many followers. Which we'll need fucking followers, dude. I have such. Honestly, you guys are so highly engaged in this channel. I have such good metrics for having so few followers that what would I pay for followers for? I like having active, engaged people who fit with this community. If this place was pumped full of random numbers of people that don't even come to the live streams, who cares? I know people who have more than double my followers who get less than half my active views. So I would never pay for that metric. That metric is useless to me. But the bots that show up on Kick are very unique to Kick. They are, hey, I noticed you're just starting out. We'd love to help you, grow your channel. Please add my Discord server. And that's like a completely different name from the Kick name. And then I don't know what happens then, because there's no way I'm going to their Discord server. Whatever it is, it's some sort of scam. Anybody who just comes in is like, hey, looks like you're new to Kick. I've been streaming on Kick for more than, for basically almost 9 months. And for them to say, hey, it looks like you're new. I can help you out. I don't believe you. I don't trust you at all. YouTube comments strikes again. Yeah, YouTube comments are the worst. Are the worst of them all. Because I've only maybe once or twice had anybody on Twitch come in with hate speech. But YouTube, I've had it happen a number of times. It's easy enough to ban somebody. They're banned, and then that's, I mean, it's quick. It's not like YouTube's a community that tries to let anything go. But the fact that that happens as much as it does make me a little bit skeptical about engaging in content that I don't control, you know? Kick has a really bad reputation. So I think 2 reasons why Kick has a bad reputation. One, they started off as being the no rules streaming service, streaming platform. They just really wanted people to feel like if you got kicked out of Twitch or YouTube, you still had a place to go and stream. We'll pick up the dregs. If you still want to make money online, we still want to make money off of you. So please choose us. It's basically their platform idea. And then they found out the hard way why those other platforms have terms of service, why they're like legal bindings, and they had to implement all that shit. So they did it later, but by then their reputation's already been tarnished. So a lot of people are like, oh, you could go to Kick, you can watch like actual like physical violence or sexual activity. It's like, you can't. But at one point people tried to get away with that shit and immediately forced the developers in Kick to basically become absolute clone of Twitch, right? The other thing that gives them a bad reputation is the originators, I think, either started a gambling business, still have one, or in some other ways promote gambling. And in a lot of other streaming services, it's just not really a preferred thing to show to viewers. It's bad for advertisers. Advertisers don't want to be shown alongside gambling content, but Kick relies very heavily on people following gamblers. And so like gambling is one of their top categories when you join, and they won't change that. And they promoted hot tub streaming for a long time too, which has its own sort of problematic situation. I personally can't understand the monetization aspect of hot tub streaming. It's just like the epitome of sad and lonely. There are already so many websites that maybe don't have the same clout as Kick does right now, but you could find them. Excuse me. You could find them with relative ease, where you could talk to somebody who's like a cam girl who's live, and there would be a feed, like a text feed, where you could talk and she'd talk back to you. And she's like a for real cam girl. So if you wanted to like pay her to do more stuff that their website allows that Kick doesn't allow, you could do that. Why not just do that instead of go to Kick where they can't? Or any other website, you know, people were doing it on Twitch too, like sitting in the hot tub, and it's like they literally can't do shit. Anything that you would hope would happen is not allowed, and if they let it happen, they'd be banned for. So I don't fucking understand. In a world where you could find any piece of anatomy on hundreds of thousands of different people, whatever it is you want to look at, you can go look at for free. I don't get why going backwards to watching somebody, you know, have clothes on, even if it's just a bikini or whatever, to have more clothes on and like pay them money and donations and stuff, why that makes sense when they don't do shit. I mean, it'd be one thing if they have interesting personalities, you know, they share and relate, and it turns out that what comes out of their mouth is really kind of cool. Then I get it. Then they're cool and hot, like me, right? But I've seen cam shows where it's like it's some hot chick and literally all she does is read people's comments out loud. She's not responding back to them. She's not saying shit to you. She's just saying your comment out loud as words. That ain't work. Why would you sub or dono to somebody that's literally just reading fucking words on their screen? Anyway, I'm done. It's just crazy. It's the parasocial relationship. I guess so. I guess people still believe in that. They think they have a chance. It's not just a nebulous pair of boobs. It's boobs you recognize. It's got to be the parasocial thing. Yeah. Got to be the parasocial thing. Which is weird. I mean, I'm working so hard to craft a community where I know the people I'm talking to. I know something about them. I'm curious about their lives. I want to know their motivations. I want to know in the next stream how something went that you mentioned in the last stream. Like, I'm invested in you guys. I mean, we're a smaller community, so I can do that to a certain degree, and I hope when I grow I can continue to keep track of at least the founding people and the folks who are here today chatting with me today. I would expect 5 years from now you all are still along for the journey, and I know all of you. That's not parasocial anymore, right? At that point, if we're still talking and there's thousands of other people there too, I'm not going to be paying as much attention to them. I'm not going to know all their stories. It'd be impossible. But I don't intend to create parasocial sort of behavior, and I don't want to treat anybody like that. I wouldn't want to, just because somebody drops a donut in my channel, I'll be like, oh, hey, thanks so much. We're friends now. What would you like me to do? Let's talk about your day. Do you want to hop on Discord with me and chat? Is that why you paid me the donut? Yeah, I'm not going to pander like that. But I'm also not, completely removed from the entire community that I can't create some actual, for real relationships through it. Yeah, that whole world of those other streamers is hard for me to grasp, but it exists. It exists. Part of it too is just to get a crush on people. I already get a crush on people too easy. I can't be doing that online. It's a waste of my time and money. And if they can pay to see their crush's boobs, a lot of people are fine with that. I suppose there's that. But they'd have to, that would have to be on another platform. You can't do that on even Kick, right? Probably a majority of guys would be willing to do that. Just a majority of guys don't have a crush on a girl who sells their boobs. Huh? Oh, yeah. That's true. All right. It is late. I gotta get to sleep. In less than 2 hours, I will be awake and getting ready to get the little to kindergarten. So, I love your faces. Thank you all so much for having an engaging chat with me, going through some of my backstory on pseudo-intellectualism and where I ended up, and sort of what helped inspire me to do my own brand of content creation, which is anti-pseudo-intellectualism. We're not using that title. We are never using that. Is a mouthful. But here we are trying to de-radicalize, bring truth, bring light, understand motivations, grow in empathy, and ultimately hold everyone to a deeper level of accountability for the truth. That is the community that we're building, and all doing it smartly and with a big heart. Yeah. All right. If you are on YouTube and Kick, I'm saying goodbye to you guys now. Twitch Hangout, we're going to do a raid out to somebody else. If you don't already, please consider following me on all of my socials, not least of which I am farming for followers on Kick, that aforementioned Wild Wild West streaming platform, and farming for watch hours on YouTube. So if you have an extra browser tab you can run through the day and watch some videos, please do so. After all, we have found they are deleting my watch hours for some reason, so the more watch hours we produce for them, the more they have to delete. Or I don't know. Maybe the more we produce, maybe the more they'll delete. We'll find out. Just trying to get partnered with these folks for the second time in my life, because I've already been partnered with YouTube once. I'm just trying to do it again to their new specifications. All right, YouTube, Kick, I love your faces. I'll see you all again on Saturday. Have a good night.